Here. Whoa! I think we're live. I can't really tell.
Are we live, chat? Are we
Can't
live?
really tell.
Chat, are we live? Because I'm still showing us not live.
It says that
But
we are.
there is a delay, so we shall see.
It says
Let
that
me refresh.
we
We are. We are
Ooh!
live.
Ooh!
I see us, Steel. I see
Does
us.
it look good? Does it feel?
It's looking crispy on my end, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if we're gonna end up having a day here where the connection is working glorious, I think we're gonna have a really
Knocking on
fun,
wood. Knocking on wood. Let's go. Let's go.
really fun living split screen today. Changed a bunch of settings in the background. Welcome to the backstage, and it looks like everything is rocking and rolling. Took a lot of frustration. I even lost internet for whatever reason just in my computer for a time being. I don't know what caused. I had to delete some drivers and then also then reinstall them. So there's that.
PC life, baby.
Yeah, it was a fun time. It was definitely a fun time.
Yes, MG, and this is Starfield gameplay, by the way. Steel got an early copy. So, folks, buckle up. Your first ever look at, well, not live, but recorded gameplay from an actual gamer, Steel Rain, playing Starfield. Look at this, man.
100%.
Amazing.
Man, it doesn't get no better than this. Look, guys, I got welcome to buy Bethesda to try out Starfield, and this is exactly how it looks.
Todd heard that Steel wasn't the biggest Bethesda fan out there, and he's like, I'm going to change that shit, and sent him an actual copy of Starfield. Man, oh man, you guys are in for a treat. Yes, it actually has humanoid aliens. Yes. Something we were questioning.
Yes, it does. Also has great dialogue choices. Yeah, no. This is Mass Effect 2, the greatest Mass Effect to ever be created. In my personal belief, especially after playing the Legendary Edition, all 3 games back to back. But that's what I'm going to have for you guys today in the background. I was going to end up having some more Diablo for you guys, but I don't want to run you guys too dry Diablo. I'll probably bring it back next week because I'm working on some builds and whatnot. But nonetheless, Bong, talk to these beautiful people, man, while I continue to get some things set up for us in the background. The rock and rope.
It's another good Saturday morning, Steel. We are here, ready to rock and roll. Getting ready, I should say, in the green room. What a week. What a week, Steel. And we're going to talk about this. We've talked so long for ABK along with everybody else. And now that we're kind of getting to the end point here, we're finally getting kind of to the crescendo of all this noise that has been out there for so long. And boy, oh boy, we're just laymen. We're just laymen who just, are gamers who come on shows and talk about this stuff from our perspective each and every week. But we suggested that the FTC had a very weak case. But it wasn't just us. It wasn't just us talking heads out here. If you were paying attention to this and you were looking at the experts, quote unquote, actual people who are attorneys, people who are legal analysts, people who are economic analysts, and anybody who does this for a living, they all almost in unison, not everybody, but almost in unison said the FTC had no case. And this week kind of showed it, Steel. As I put in my tweet this morning, they got knocked down in 2 rounds, and next week might be the TKO. Some people are already, shout out to Foss Patents, Florian Mueller, who's obviously one of those experts. As he's been tweeting this out, he said yesterday, it's going to take a miracle for the FTC to win this. Like, this is at the point, he's like, and I can't even think of how they would pull this out after 2 days of witnesses. They've been crushed. They have been outmatched from the beginning. And man, oh man.
Well,
pretty damn good.
Fortunately or unfortunately, I can't take all of Foss's words for what they are. I've seen him jump into some emotional gymnastics to try to get his point across.
Of course. He's emotionally involved.
I mean, as people are. But again, it's just like anybody else, man. I take Foss for what he is at face value, right? He does do good reporting. It's just stuff, right? They do good with that information, getting it out to the people and everything. I just, again, I haven't done enough research on Foss himself
Yeah,
to see what
he knows
about
his
what he
shit.
does.
This is his job.
I do know,
So
I do know that. I do know that he knows
yeah,
what he's talking
but
about and
so
whatnot.
then let's go to Hogue Law. Hogue Law is much more.
Yeah. He's not
even
quite that. You know what I mean? But
so Hogue, same thing. You know, in the few tweets he's putting out about it, again, shout out to Hogue, who is recovering, who isn't up to full speed yet, and he is definitely pulled back from Twitter and doing videos. But even Hogue said he can't believe the FTC chose to go after this case in the manner that they have, that he knew it was going to be bad, but he didn't know it was going to be this bad. So, yeah, I think overall, and I understand what you're saying, because I agreed with you that Foss got a little emotionally wrapped up in this for my taste when it comes to this stuff. But at the end of the day, he still knows his shit. But yeah, it's just, anybody watching this, even from the outside, and I know everybody on Twitter nowadays loves to say, you're not an expert. You have no idea what you're doing. Stop talking about this stuff. Listen, you don't have to be an expert. If you're watching that, or you listen to any portion of it, or you saw the quotes, because again, it was very hard to actually be able to listen to it because they only had 1,000 cap on the Zoom call, and you weren't supposed to be live streaming it, although people were doing that. Yeah. It is against the law, actually. So if you listen to any portion of it, or just even saw the breakdown from Tom Warren over at The Verge, or whatever the case may be, you could tell from the quotes that the FTC is losing badly. Like, again, it doesn't take an expert to know when you're watching a court case of this caliber, where there is things that are, popping up time and time again. When a judge is telling an attorney to move on and you're done with this witness, that it's not going well for that side at all. And so again, we'll get into it. Lots of cool things. Obviously, we got an exclusive coming out of it. Of all things, we got a game announcement in a way at this trial. This has been a fascinating, and continues for me to be a fascinating peek behind the curtains. If you're not fascinated by it, I understand. That's okay. I've got a different level of interest. That's all there is to it. I enjoy this stuff, and it's been a hell of a week, Steele. And of course, you and I have been playing and talking together every single freaking night, because Diablo 4 is the addiction, and we'll talk about that as well again.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's all your fault, but it's okay.
It's all my fault. Yes, Steele, it's all my fault. You're right. I'm
the
only one who wants to play Diablo 4.
Hit me up and it'll be like, man, you trying to run some Diablo, and I'll get on, and I'm just
forcing Steele. I've been
I guess I'll play some Diablo. No, not for real. Diablo has been a pretty good time. Just working through some of it. And again, I still stay on the line that Diablo is not my game of the year this far. It is probably going to be one of the games that I put most of the time into.
What's your game of the year right now, Steele?
If I had to give it to something, it's probably going to be Jedi Survivor.
Okay.
Just because of the way that the game made me feel overall.
Sure.
Start to finish. Has a lot of good qualities in there. Again, it is going to be another game that is probably going to end up being overlooked because of the performance issues, which is extremely unfortunate. Hopefully it does grow over time and seem to get that following. I mean, at least right now, that's what it is, right? That can change after I play Armored Core. That could be the new thing. And it could be some other ones.
The reviewers are responsible, Steele, for Game of the Year. And they all loved Jedi Survivor despite the performance issues, right?
Yeah,
they all love Final Fantasy 16 despite the performance issues, right? So
and then Final Fantasy 16 is also again something else, because I feel like that's another scenario. And again, I haven't played the game, so I wouldn't be able to tell you in totality. But I do feel like that's another scenario where people might have been playing favors a bit. And again, nothing against Final Fantasy 16 or anything to that nature, but the issues that game has and the things that people complain about when it comes to their games, especially them being more movie-like versus the gameplay and how they adapt the gameplay, because apparently the combat's not even as deep as Final Fantasy 15 was.
I read an article too questioning whether or not it's an RPG still.
Yeah, and that's not good when you have a game of that ilk.
That's
That's not good.
But does it make sense? We can talk about it a little bit. Again, neither one of us have played it yet.
Right.
From that perspective, so it's a lot of just hearsay. But if what I'm reading is true, Square Enix now changing the formula to become more Sony-like with their games is interesting still. Not that they weren't cinematic before, not that they
was
weren't
always
narrative
Final
heavy.
Fantasy had
That was
thing,
always
yeah.
a thing. But to go more action-based, to
Completely
take away from some, deeper RPG mechanics, to scale it back
But see,
to almost a God of War like.
from what I was seeing
Yo.
too, though, people were saying it's not even it's not even as complex or as deep as
Right.
Devil May Cry is.
Devil May Cry,
and
like
I'm not
the
even
combat
saying
thing.
I'm not even saying that that's like supposed to be like your expectation, but this is the combat designer who's working on this same game that I wasn't imagining that these would be the types of things coming out of the conversation, right?
Right.
Where the game is kind of flat. There's it's flashy, it's good and all, but outside of that, there's no real sustenance there. There's nothing to make me care about it. And again, I haven't played the game. I play for myself whenever I can with mods and everything. And it'll probably be, I don't know, man. There's also been this thing with Final Fantasy here recently. 15. I can only use 15 as an example because I've actually played 15 to completion. I can only use that as an example, and that game became a completely different game a year later. Right? They changed the ending of the game. They changed how the story beats. They changed all the character development. So now you have story beats for all the characters, so you have a more of an understanding of what's going on in totality throughout that story. There's just so much that's been added to that game, and I don't know. This game has gotten a lot of praise in Final Fantasy 16, and again, it does look good, but it's just it puts some things into question because it's not good. Because I was hoping that it would be somewhat complex while also giving people that accessibility options that we were seeing, right? Just because you could tap one button, and that's a completely different conversation also, in my belief, a little bit, but I am a little bit of a stickler for at least getting the true feeling out of a game, right?
Right.
Now you can always tailor your experience to you, but when you can when you're not actually like playing the game, you can literally one button everything. I just ask myself, like, what is the point then? Right? Like, I don't see what's good with that. And then also, I'll say this just to be funny, but Final Fantasy 16 has a lower rating than Hi-Fi Rush. So which one's the better game?
If you're gonna go that route,
I gotta throw that out there because I saw some people making some fun of that. It opened up some interesting conversations that I heard some people have, but nonetheless, I do want to thank everybody for joining us today. Nick says, "Oh, the new flavor of the week is now begging for attention by comparing about simple controls in gaming." I think for me, Nick's, before I get to the rest of the show, for me, I'm all about accessibility, but you also have to do there should be also be a level of engagement with the player that requires them to put in more than one input or two, or like one or two inputs, right? We have analogs for a reason. Like, make the character move around, but maybe that's just how they decided to make the game to make it as accessible. Again, it's all going to be a choice at the end of the day. You don't have to play that way. Other people are just highlighting that is an option. But I'm also not going to sit here and undermine people if that's how they choose to play. Again, just don't say that the game is like overly easy or anything like that. And I saw some people running with that, like, oh man, the game's just dumb easy. I can just press one button. It's just like, yeah. But are you playing on the hardest difficulty? Like, you can't press just one button on the hardest difficulty. Typically, that's how that ends up working. But nonetheless, that's just kind of my opinion. We may be able to talk about that a little bit more. But Paul, what did you want to say? My fault.
No. I'm cool.
Okay,
we can start the show. Let's get into it, Brody.
Let's get into it. Thank you all for being here today. Much love. We are closer to that 1K mark, almost close to 900. It's all thanks to you guys. And let's get into these audio listeners because I know they like to tune in. So let's get to it. I do need to change my intro screen. So, matter of fact, before I hit record real quick, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a kind of a back and forth. I'm going to change something and then we'll actually get started. So you'll probably get the music here a couple times. Give me one moment. All right, let's get started officially. Got that changed up. M. Gene says, you want to hear a joke? Redfall. Whoa. Oh, goodness gracious.
MG's got jokes this morning. Let's go.
All right, let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen.
Glad you guys are locked in.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Tim the Sorcerer came in asking, are we beta testing the intro? And, you know, the audio listeners, you guys ain't going to know what we're talking about. But yes, Tim, we're beta testing everything. No, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to say thank you for joining us today on June the 24th for a wonderful episode 108 of Living Splitscreen, your non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach where we pull ourselves back from the map. We check out the darker crevices of that map. We pull those resources together so that we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. And speaking of Phil Spencer, who is the head of Xbox, I think we've got some interesting things to talk about today, Pong. What do you think?
Yeah. To say the least, man. To say the least.
To say the least. But look, Gene, yeah, the intro's a little short. I'll make up for it on the back end. You'll be able to ride out if you are with us that entire time. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to 108. And I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That T is a 7 everywhere. Google if you want to make it as easy as possible for you. But I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have met, the X-Men who is not Cyclops. And by the way, he's not Iceman either. But he's got kitty pride over there. I saw him coming out of the room this morning. I don't know what's going on.
Why are you stalking me?
Look, man, you know, I was kicking with Wolverine and Iron Man came through and he was asking about you, man. He was asking about you. So, but no, nonetheless, my brother from another Paul. So, how you feeling, brother, man?
I'm feeling great, Steel. Thank you for the awesome intro. As always, we are back. It is Saturday morning. It is Living Splitscreen, and I couldn't be more happy to be here. What a week, everybody. Again, it feels like the past month has been nonstop with Gamers Christmas, of course, all the game news dropping. We had basically another E3 showcase this week with Nintendo, which actually I watched, and it was very well done. I was highly impressed.
Well paced, yeah.
If I was a Nintendo fan, if I was a Mario fan specifically, I'd be going nuts. But maybe we'll break down a little Nintendo showcase as well. But then, of course, the ABK deal, like I said, in the green room, when we were behind the scenes, we're finally getting to the crescendo of all this, right? All this noise that's been going on for what seems like now forever. Basically, almost over half the time that Steele and I have been podcasting, we've been talking ABK. At one time or another. That's how long this deal has been going on. But we are finally getting to that point of no return. And this first week, especially with the witnesses called to the stand in the trial of Microsoft versus the FTC in California under Judge Corley, it's been crazy this week. We got an exclusive game announcement out of this deal. Again, the peek behind the curtain that I always talked about in this industry. This is why it has been fascinating to me. We are actually starting to get real information, and we've had trickles throughout this process, through the regulatory process, but we are actually getting real information about how this industry operates, and all the stuff that we kind of thought was going on, it's kind of happening. And so this has been one heck of a week for those of us that actually do enjoy it. I know if you guys aren't enjoying it, you just want this deal over with, I understand. I can't wait till Xbox can just get back to business as usual, and maybe look at some different options out there as well to acquire. But right now, this is what it's about. So I'm having a great time with that Steel. And otherwise, like we talked about a little bit too behind the scenes, it's just been nothing but Diablo 4. All right, we're still the gamers. Again, we're not those people that just podcast and tweet all day. Steel and I are gamers through and through.
Oh yeah.
First and foremost, right? That's what we do. And Diablo 4, it's been a nightly ritual at this point. As soon as I get home, whether I get home late or a little bit earlier, I get settled in, fire up. There's Steel waiting. We've been popping on, of course, the fun speculation. Yeah. You've been just waiting. Nah, you've been playing. And of course, the rest of the fun speculation crew, Jasper and Mav, and we've even had like Calorie. I don't know if he's in here right now, dropping in with us. And we've been running Diablo, right? That's what we've been doing this week. And man, that game, I just can't get enough of it. Like it's true. This is what we thought it was going to be, Steel. And I know you said it's not your game of the year, and I understand why it's not your game of the year. Obviously, for me, it is my game of the year right now until Starfield shows up. And of course, I have all the expectations of the world that Starfield's going to blow it out of the water, and Starfield will be my game of the year. But that all being said, Diablo 4 is exactly what I wanted out of it. Is it perfect? Of course it's not perfect. Is there things that could be changed? Yeah, we've had some interesting discussions while we've been playing as well, as to some of the qualities that Diablo 4 is showing now that we are in endgame, and we're having different experiences because we're playing different classes, and that's the kind of the whole thing through that's been really cool about it is because between. And the only reason why I'm just bringing up Jasper and Mav and you and me is because that's mostly been the majority of our time has been that 4-man crew. We're all playing different classes and we're all having way different experiences. And so it's been fun to watch the growth in the game, and a lot of us getting over humps at points with the game. A lot of us have had a lull in the 60s, which I think, sure, it's a small case kind of scenario where you're only looking at a group of 4 people, but we all kind of had a lull in the 60s. I don't know about Jasper because he was playing for like 36 hours straight at one point and kind of just blew through the 60s at one point. But for you, me, and Mav, we all kind of felt that with our individual classes. Like, man, I don't know, man, kind of struggling. Like World Tier 3 is too easy. World Tier 4 is way too much. Like especially if we're trying to run solo, and then all of us kind of readjusting, getting those 1, 2, 3 pieces that kind of change how we're playing with our individual classes, and all of a sudden having kind of an aha moment where it's like, okay, this is still feeling pretty good. Okay, now it's coming back. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit better about it. And now it's just been about kind of honing in on our classes and finding those pieces, which is exactly what Diablo 4 is. So if you're not into grinding, if you're not into that kind of whole lifestyle, if that doesn't, really scratch an itch for you, then you're going to have a tough time moving forward in Diablo 4 once you get to the end game. But for us, running nightmare dungeons over and over and over again, just looking for those uniques or looking for those just little higher, little bit more power level individual pieces, whether it's a helm or a weapon, that is the loop. And we're having a great time doing it. We're laughing, we're swearing a lot. We're just having a good time. And I guess that at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, no matter what game you're playing. If you're having a good time, it really changes the experience, obviously. And I can say for a fact that we have been doing that, Steel. So, that's been my week of gaming, man. Paying attention to the court case. There has been other news out there. Like I said, I watched Nintendo Showcase, but otherwise just playing Diablo 4. So, and Steel, I know you've been right there with me, brother. So,
yeah, for the most part, I definitely have been on the Diablo 4 train with you. And again, the biggest reason that I don't have Diablo 4 as my game of the year is because some of those end game feelings, right? It's the game in totality that I have to kind of live with and have an understanding of. And again, I am fighting the fact that I probably may or may not continue to play past season 1, depending on how things play out. There are things that, again, because I have been away from Diablo for some time, I'm not the sweat. There are other games to play out there. It's really going to depend on how well they engage me into the season, but it's already starting to do. And again, I know this is something that's always been akin to our ARPGs and whatnot, leveling up a new character, experiencing the season, and going through that rigmarole, just going through those rotations. But for me, when you play multitudes of games, you want it to have a well in-depth kind of not necessarily analysis, but to be in touch with your community, especially not doing a podcast, listening to different things. It's just really going to depend, because Diablo could be the thing that I pop on whenever I am listening to podcasts or whatever, and it's still running in the background. But I don't know, man. I feel really weird when games don't tend to respect your time, right? And again, it could just be a me thing, right? I've put over 100 hours into the game, so in no way that I'm saying that, oh, I've wasted my time. No, that's not at all what I'm saying here, right? I think it's more so, it definitely could be a me problem, but I also think it is a design choice problem. And again, I know people are going to defend it and say, oh, well, Diablo's always been this way, and that's how these games are. But I just think it would add an extra element if you didn't restrict the season pass and the seasonal content just to you making a new character. For those who want to experience some of that stuff in the Eternal realm, maybe you never want to make a new character, then, I believe that there should be some access to them for that to be able to be experienced, right? Because not everybody's going to want to do that. And if the answer is, oh, well, get over it, I just don't think that that's enough of a good answer to sustain why they're doing it the way that they're doing it. But but again, I can also admit it's just a me thing, right? I got other things I want to play. Diablo's not going to be my only game. If it was my only game, I may feel completely different about it, right? And for those who are going to jump into Diablo, you invest in Diablo, you're going to make this your thing. You can easily spend thousands of hours in this game, even when the season comes out. I haven't made a new character. I'm not going to make a new character. I'm only going to make a new character when the season starts, and I will switch it up, and I'll play Rogue this time, so I can have a different experience compared to my druid. But I just want there to be, in the future, at least, and hopefully in the near future, better ways for things to carry over to your main character, so you still always get that constant progression, right? And again, Eastside Vandal, you said a great thing. These games are time sinks. They usually play out through seasons. I don't think that just because it's been one this way since Diablo 3, more so, and I know they did in Diablo 2, but they didn't really introduce season or anything like that until 3, and then it went back and did things with 2. But I just would want them to give, we talk about accessibility and things all the time also. I just think that would be another way of adding some great accessibility. And not only that, but also figuring out a way to balance PvP in some ways. That's something else that I don't completely understand, why it's not its own thing, at least, or it's on its own map in its own area. You have 2 or 3 zones. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't just, for me at least, why we wouldn't put those together and make those like something that you could spawn into. That way you can instance it out and say, hey, the rules in this are going to be different from what you experienced during the campaign, so that PvP could be more fun, right? Right now, you just have higher level characters typically, 90 pluses running through the PvP zones, just completely mopping folks. And I'm not talking about, oh, I'm throwing hands with them, we're having a decent fight. No, I'm talking about a barbarian will run up on me, one tap me with a hammer. A barbarian, I got into a 10-minute fight the other day with a barbarian. And he was just doing a spin move over and over and over again. Never ran out of energy, nothing like, and I was just sitting there like I had to move around because unfortunately I can't keep energy forever. I've also got rid of some stuff so I'm not as sustaining as I once was. So I'm building that back up, but there's no reason why that should be the case. While I'm like literally, I'm not over exaggerating. I had a 10-minute fight with this man in the fucking PvP zone because he was just whirlwinding me, and he was like 5 levels lower than I was. Why is there similar why is there such a big gap? I don't get that. It's another element to the game that feels like it doesn't feel like it's necessarily had attention put to it. It feels tacked on. And I hate that, right? Yeah. I was hoping that this Diablo was going to give me a little bit better of a PvP experience. And so far, it's falling in line with what the rest of them have been. And it's just like, then why give people PvP if you're not going to balance it out? If you're not at least going to level cap it out or something like, hey, if you're in this range, you're going to play with these players. Know that. At least something like that. Like, why every other time I'm running into level 100s and I look at them wrong, and it's not even a full combo that they do. It's one move, and then you're completely obliterated. It doesn't make it fun, right? It's supposed to be an end game content type of thing, and it feels like unless I dedicate my life to this, it's never going to work, right? I don't get that as far as game design goes. Maybe it's just a me thing again. Maybe I just shouldn't be looking for PvP in this game. But I think that also I have a problem with devs do things. It's the same thing I have with Destiny currently. Although it is much different. Don't come out with something and then don't properly support it or give people a roadmap or a direction of what you're trying to do with this, right? Right now, it's just something that's there that a lot of people are going to play, especially your more casual audience. They're going to jump in there and be like, yeah, this isn't for me, and they'll never play that side of the game or never want to experience it. And I think that's unfortunate, right? Because there is another element. It's fun when you get in there and you got some decent people running around. You get some kills off and whatnot. That's just me. Other than that, I've also still been running in Neo 2. I'm still probably early on in the game. I don't think I've made it halfway yet between life and then also playing some Diablo in the evening and listening to content, and it's just been all over the place. But that's been pretty much what I've been into all week, man. So
I love it.
Eastside Vanna says the community made them put PvP in the game back in the day. I don't think the devs actually wanted PvP, but see, Eastside, that speaks exactly to my point though. You'd be better off just taking the experience out than keeping the experience in and it being either one lackluster or coming across half-ass. Like you don't have a direction or a plan for it. It's just all holds bar. You either die or you don't. We're not going to balance it out. We're not going to make sure that it's a fun experience. It's just there. For me, it's just a really weird feeling to me. And it kind of does, at least for me, because I like PvP, but I like balanced PvP. It makes me not really interested in the rest of the end game, right? It's something additional to keep me invested, and I don't. Right. The other thing too that I was able to jump into was Warhaven.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I did try out Warhaven. I jumped in there for about an hour. The game isn't for me.
Remind everybody what Warhaven is.
Warhaven is essentially like Chivalry, but you have I don't want to say that you have magical abilities because you do end up getting magical abilities. Like if you go on a kill streak, too. Yes, and there are classes. So you have like your tanks, you have your light classes, you have a rogue, you have your healer, stuff like that. The combat is extremely stiff to me, right?
So it wasn't like the trailer we saw, because again, if people don't remember, Warhaven is the game that we did see during Gamers Christmas week last week. Forget which show did we see that at?
I think it was in between show.
It was one of the in between shows, but yeah, it kind of reminded people of Chivalry. And why do I always forget the name of it? The Ubisoft one, still.
Ubisoft one.
Yeah. God, why do I always forget?
Oh, we're talking about For Honor.
For Honor, thank you.
No, it is.
Chivalry and For Honor.
It's nothing like that. It's nothing like.
But when you saw the trailer, it looked like that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It looked like a combination of the two, just trying to spark people's memories. So, anyways, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, no. It doesn't play anything like For Honor. Nowhere close. Doesn't even have that level of quality to it. It does play more in line as a chivalry. Sure. The combat is super simplistic. Like you'll hit a button and it'll do a move. If you wait too long in between the delay, like even a second, it's gonna do that same move again. So it's like one swing one way, and then you wait, swing the same way. It doesn't come back. Like you can't time it to where if you swing one way and it comes across, where if you tap it again, he'll swing back the other way. No, it just resets the entire animation and he'll do it again. That didn't feel good to me. The game just feels overly clunky, but I'll also be honest and say I didn't like Chivalry. I thought it was okay, but I just don't like that action style of combat that they try to introduce into those. For Honor, that's different. I do like that style, although For Honor can be annoying too. It can be somewhat
sweaty,
too much. Yeah, it can definitely be sweaty for sure, but yeah, Warhaven. It's interesting. I can see it apparently. I can see it getting an audience, especially for the people who like Chivalry. Right. But if you don't like Chivalry, I don't imagine you liking this. Right. At least from my opinion. Again, I only put an hour into it. I was welcomed into the closed beta, and that was my experience with it. It was okay.
Hey, you know yourself as a gamer, as we always said. Still, there's people out there who claim that you can't play a game for that shorter period of time and know if it's like for you. I just don't understand that. If you play games for long enough, you can jump into a game. I can know within 30 minutes if a game's for me or not, right? So
yeah, it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things to where it's like within an hour of me playing, I shouldn't have to go past that time. I shouldn't have to force myself to have a good time. That's not what I'm in this hobby for. Like I don't too
much to play.
It's forced fun. This makes no sense to me. So if I have to force myself, I have to break through a wall, right? I hate when people say that. It's like watching One Piece, for an example. Oh, after 100 episodes, it gets good. No, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't I get character development, but first 5 episodes, honestly, that's where you have that chance. Honestly, with me, you got the first 2 episodes to find out whether I'm going to invest my time to keep watching. And it's the same thing with games, man. It's not for me. That's okay. I am also in the Division Heartland closed beta that's popping up here soon. That's supposed to be coming up this Tuesday. I don't know if I'm able to record gameplay or not. If I am, we will get some gameplay. If I might stream it so people can get a representation of what you may end up playing. I don't know. I didn't get an NDA or anything for it, so we'll see.
Weird. Strange.
But maybe it was part of the guidelines for me signing up. I don't know. We'll find out when I boot the game up that day.
Yeah,
we'll find out because I am interested in Heartland to see how that's going to end up playing out. Again, they don't know what to do with the Division 2 currently, so I guess creating your own mode and having its own thing. I guess that's going to be more so that you'll be able to support. But hopefully, it's better than the Dark Zone and better than the PvP currently in the current state of Division. So we'll see. Will see. Yeah, that's been my week thus far, man. Not awesome. Too much other than that. Little family stuff, but
good week, brother. Good week, man. It has been a lot of fun. Again, it's just like Diablo, hopping into this much multiplayer with you guys, co-op, of course, but just hopping in there and just being able to again, Diablo is a good game, like Steele said. If you're going to have something on in the background, right? If you're going to have something on the background, or, you can sit in a party chat and you can still talk about things, while playing the game on top of it. That's always a good time, right? Because I can't do that with every game. I'm not even as good as Steele is by popping on podcasts. I have to be concentrating on my games, but Diablo 4, you can do it, and you could just chill out, kind of turn off the brain a little bit. I still say this game takes more than just
Yeah, at the
holding
point that
one
I'm
button.
at the point that I'm at, there is no mindless just running around.
Right. No, there is
there's
not.
like, sure, I do a lot of damage, but when I start fighting enemies that are still 10 levels above me, I'm 5 right now.
Yeah.
So even at 95 plus, especially level 100 enemies, like
you gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention.
There's no me just running around aimless. Nah, it's like there's stuff at my feet. There's people doing this. There's people doing that. If I fight this group, they might all blow up all of a sudden. I might have some weird thing that's chasing me, and I gotta fall into a bubble or the lightning's gonna kill me, or this big ass rock that's fucking trying to fucking hawk me down and cause electricity all over the place. There's
I gotta say they did a nice job with Nightmare Dungeons. The Nightmare Dungeons feel like Nightmare Dungeons.
They need to feel. They do need to feel more rewarding, at least for the some of the events. What I mean by more rewarding is like more rewarding for you killing more enemies throughout the dungeon. Because right now, the biggest reward is getting to the end of the dungeon. Right.
Correct.
So it kind of forces you to play in a way where it's like, no, just complete the objectives and get out, right?
Yeah, if you're running dungeons, there's no point in taking out the ads if you can run through them. It's the point. The big stuff is at the end of the dungeon, right? But
unless you pack them up, then that's different.
Yeah. But having a level 90 butcher show up in the middle of one of those dungeons is something else. Steel and I ran into one yesterday, just running duos, him and I, prior to Xbox Ultimate, and
first one I died to in a while.
Steel's literally a beast. He's a werewolf full time now, and we both died like instant. Like the butcher is no joke when you get up to those levels. Still, so there is a little bit of nervousness as soon as you hear fresh meat.
Oh,
it's like, oh god!
As soon as I hear the music, I'm like, oh, where's he at?
Yeah, the music too.
Yeah. Man, imagine us talking about games, a gaming podcast talking about games.
I know. We do talk, again, gamers first. So, man, we got a lot of beautiful people in the chat. Before we get on to the upcoming week of games, real quick, I'm going to give some shout outs here. Of course, as always, we try to do this. So, hey, listen, Jesse B, great to see you dropping in here. Thank you so much. It's Timmy is in the house. East Side Vandal is in here as well. Good to see you, sir. Why So Serious is up in here. The one, the only, the amazing Lady Foxfire, everybody, has dropped in here. Good to see you, Lady Foxfire. I appreciate you dropping in here. We've got, who else? We got Tim the Sorcerer. What's going on, brother? Great to have you in here. We got Decado, what's happening? The one, the only, the OG, everybody's favorite pot stirrer, Nix, is in the house. What's going on, Nix? Great to have you, brother, as always. Pat Juan, what's going on, Pat? Great to have you in here, of course, from the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Sir, always great to see you in here. Let's see who else. We got Talos Ray is in the house. What's going on, Talos? We got Tando in the house. What's going on, Tando? We got Blue Moon FC. What is happening, brother? Great to have you dropping in here this morning as well. I hope it's going well. What's going on? Who else? God, you guys have been talking up a storm already. The Fifth Horseman V is in here. What's going on? We got OCD Gamers in here. Great to see you as always on a Saturday. Who else? Did I miss anybody else that's been dropping in here? I know we got Jacob Novick in the house. I saw Jacob in here earlier. What's going on, Jacob? Great to have you a part of the show. We got Nix. Nix is in the house. Oh, wait, I already said Nix. Nix, I'm giving you doubles just because you're OG. Anyways, M. Gene is in here. What's going on, M. Gene? We got Nam Omar. What's going on, brother? We got Masshole 1977. Hey, what is going down? Let's see who else we got in here. Isaac Gentry dropped that on here. Great to see you, Isaac. The Sly Crow dropped on in here.
Okay,
what's going on, Crow? What's
going
on, Crow?
What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on? We got the one and only Pickle Papa, otherwise known as Game Pass Dad or Bob. What's going on, man? Just talked to you last night on Xbox Ultimate, sir. Glad you could drop in here this morning as well. Caloray. Yep, certainly enough. I didn't know if he was in here earlier. He's in here. What's going on, Caloray? We got Luis Jimenez in the house. What's going on, Luis? Who I think I've got everybody, unless people dropped in down below. It is Saturday morning. Jesse Darby, I see you. God Emperor Sofa King, what is going on? I see you. Cyber Gunter, what's going on, brother? Rain G4 sliding through, as he likes to put in the chat whenever he drops in here. What's going on? Great to have everybody here on a Saturday morning for Living Split Screen. This is episode 108. It is June the 24th, and Steele and I are already getting down to business. Appreciate every single one of you. If you are lurking, same goes for you. I might not be able to shout out your name when you're lurking. Don't care. Still appreciate you saying nothing but love and respect for everybody dropping in here. Kevin Baldwin, what's going on? So Steele, if you're ready, let's get into this upcoming week of games, unless there was somewhere else you wanted to go with this, sir.
Is there anywhere that I want to go with it currently? No, there's nowhere I want to go with it currently. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure that your friends aren't talking in absolutes, please. But with that being said, let's get into these upcoming games.
Damn, is that going to be a next topic here? Are we doing absolute talk?
Absolutes? Right. No. People have their own expectations. It's fine. They'll be okay.
You got me curious now. You do this from time to time where you pop something up, and now I'm really curious about what you're talking about. Anyways,
it's just, Starfield stuff, and you know how those things go.
Everybody's favorite game right now to talk about, one way or the other. Yes, sir. Let's go, Starfield. All right, okay, all right. Maybe I'll pry it out of you here. All right, so this week is going to be June the 26th, folks. Again, we use GameInformer.com. Shout out to GameInformer.com, one of the OGs. And we are going to start the week off with Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed single player coming to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
Interesting.
So there's no multiplayer. Literally, it says no multiplayer on their cover, and it's just the single player. I had not heard this. I actually have played Destroy All Humans in the past. Their games, I actually liked them back in the day for sure. I fooled around with the remaster version, and it's still great. The comedy is, older, but it's still funny to me. But I did not know they were doing this. So, of course, Black Forest Games is the developer. THQ is Nordic is the publisher, and that is coming out this week. So, single player only, Destroy All Humans 2. Interesting. All right. And then we got, for all you farm sim fans out there, and I know there's a bunch of you farm sim fans. There is even farm sim fans who don't admit that they're farm sim fans, right? But they're always playing these games in the background. I know who you are. Actually, I don't, but I know you're out there. We've got Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. That's right, a new Story of Seasons, which is a big game for a lot of people, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC from Marvelous Incorporated, published by Xseed Games and Marvelous Games, coming out June the 27th as well. So again, shout out to all the Farm Sim fans. They pump out these games left and right, and you guys just keep buying them up and putting hundreds of hours into them. So enjoy that one. And then, wrestling fans, that's right. I've seen this game more than I think I've seen most games on my timeline on Twitter. There are so many wrestling fans in this community. It is ridiculous. Now, I'm an old school wrestler guy. I watched back in the day and then stopped watching it when it got too ridiculous. Right. But everybody nowadays, the younger generation, seems to love the even more ridiculousness that is out there right now for wrestling. So shout out to all of you. I understand it. I get it. I'm not going to hate on it at all. But people have been waiting on this one. AEW Fight Forever. This one's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Developed by UNCUT and published by THQ Nordic. That's right. June the 29th. All you wrestling fans, especially the AEW crew, get ready. This game is coming. And like I said, I've seen a ton on this game. They've been pumping the advertising on this game, everything. All right, next up, Switch fans. Guess what? You're getting the Lara Croft collection. This is the isometric Lara Croft.
Yes.
I played this. Played this when it first launched back in the day. On PS4, I want to say. Yeah, it would be PS4. I think I played it on. Really good game. Actually, I was shocked by it when I played it, but the entire collection is coming to Switch. This is a great, it's a great handheld game too. I can understand why So it's coming from Crystal Dynamics, published by Feral Interactive. That is dropping on June the 29th. So if you have not played that or you want to jump back into it and you got the Switch, I would do so. That's a great little collection right there. Crime O'Clock, coming out on June the 30th for Switch and PC. Bad Seed is the developer. Just for Games is the publisher. And of course, it is a puzzle game. Looks like hand-drawn black and white kind of stuff with some added color to it. I always love these games. I always love palette cleansing games. Even if I don't play them a ton, I still love puzzle games to challenge the mind. I know not everybody's into them, but this one looks cool. Crime O'Clock, coming to Switch and PC. And then we've got Everybody 1-2 Switch. And if you don't know, it's not coming to the Switch. I don't know what else to tell you, but it's in the name. Everybody 1-2 Switch. Developed by Nintendo, published by Nintendo. This is a party game, and it so happens to have a pony on the front cover, which is the weirdest thing ever. That's what this community does to you, Steel. Images all of a sudden become related to something that you never would relate it to. But when I see a dude with a horse head on, I think of people like Gaz in his videos wearing a horse head, and I think pony all the time. It's just strange how, as much as I don't do the console war stuff, it's funny that the memes and stuff like that really do take over your mind.
I gotta remember this so I can clip it out and we can use it for memes. But,
you should. So Everybody 1-2 Switch. Nintendo party game coming. Let's go. And then we got Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Now this one caught my eye through a couple different shows when it was showing. This is developed by Capcom, published by Capcom. This is their smaller teams. This is their indie stuff. This was originally launched January 11th, 2011 on DS. It was on February 2nd, 2012 on iOS. And now it's finally come. They're bringing it back to the consoles for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, which I think is cool. I remember seeing this game way back then, but I never played it because, again, I didn't have a DS. My kids did. There was very few games that I stole their DSs to play. But Ghost Trick Phantom Detective looks like a damn little cool game. At some point, I might jump into this one, especially with how Capcom's been hitting. I really do enjoy Capcom games. I always have. So Ghost Trick Phantom Detective this week for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Goodbye World, also coming out June the 30th. This is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. This is from Isolation Studios, published by PM Studios Incorporated. Originally came out for the Switch and PC on November 17th, 2022. It is an adventure game, anime style. So this week, June the 30th, for PlayStation and Xbox. All right, so we got that one, and I think we got one more. Yes, we do. Master Detective Archives, Rain Code, coming to Switch. Big week for Switch here. Yes, this game here, I have a lot of interest in. Now, it's only on Switch right now. It's from Spike Chunsoft. This looks like a cool-ass game. Well, you saw this a couple shows ago for Nintendo, I think during their spring direct, I want to say, maybe their April direct. I think we saw Rain Code. I could be wrong on that. But definitely this is up my alley. But it's only coming to Switch, so, you know, for right now, I'm not going to get it. June 30th, 2023, go check that out. It's an adventure game. Definitely that Eastern flavor to this one, which I absolutely love. So that is Master Detective Archives Rain Code. And that's this upcoming week of Game Steal. So a lot of Switch this week. Woo.
Yeah, definitely some long names for the games this week. That's what's really interesting. It seems like the games that come to Nintendo, they have to make sure they have the longest names possible. You got to fit as much as you can on that front cover, although we never get boxes as often anymore. But nonetheless, they still have to work for that. God damn, does Mass Effect 2 look fucking delicious?
It does. It's Starfield.
Crazy.
Man. It's Starfield. That's all it is. Starfield just copied this game.
I mean, speaking of Starfield, there was some interesting things that happened this week, Pong. And I think that'll be a good way to tee it off, right? Some fun, some loving conversation, some I would say some things that may have been corrected, or maybe some expectations that have kind of been set for what to expect out of Starfield. So Pong, I mean, I want you to carry it away because, again, since you are the Bethesda guy, you are the guy that considers Todd Howard the God Howard. That's God with a GODD. Because you gotta add that extra D for Todd. But no, nonetheless, man.
Yeah.
With the most recent interview that he did with the XCast this week, and shout out to Kind of Funny in the XCast, Paris Lily, Snowbike Mike, Gary Whitta, and Todd Howard for being on there. Now, again, you've mentioned this week, and I'll say this also. They did do some things that I don't like. I believe your job as the interviewer is to shut the fuck up. To be completely
ask your
frank,
question and then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like to be completely frank, because when you have key figures like that, you want to try to get as much information out of them as possible, right? They may dance and do all the other great things that we expect them to do. Which Todd did do some of that, but he still seemed like he was pretty frank, and he still seemed pretty confident. But nonetheless, Pong, so line us up, man. Like, from what you saw from the XCast this week with the Todd Howard interview, what did you pull from out of this interview, and what can you let us know, and where would you like to take this conversation about Starfield, the most anticipated game for Xbox, the game that all the Sony players are now considering that it's unfair that you're going to get this game? So, Pong, tell me about it, man. What's going on?
Or they're still trying to run with the 30 frames per second.
Or that.
Which again is a minor discussion, and we had that here, and I still think that there should be at least one more mode in there. I still say that to this day, even with Starfield. But again, at the end of the day, is it really going to stop people from playing this game? No, of course not.
No.
There's just like it's not going to stop people from playing Final Fantasy 16 in quality mode. It's not going to stop people from playing Starfield, right? So, anyways, Todd Howard went on Kind of Funny, and yes, had another great interview. He is in showman mode, right? This is when Todd shines. We saw that in the Starfield Direct. You get Todd in front of the camera. He's one of again, there are so few developers that you know by name. When they are known, there's a reason behind that. And Todd always shines in the stuff, whether it's interviews or doing on camera, on stage, demonstrations. It doesn't matter. The guy just knows how to do this. He knows how to speak about the game, and it shines through. And he is in showman mode right now for sure. Big smiles, very confident, as always, coming through the screen at you as he's talking. Now, that being said, obviously Kind of Funny did a pretty good job. Again, shout out to Snowbike, shout out to Gary, shout out to Paris. They do what they do, and they've got a formula, and it works for them. Shout out to you guys. Like Steele said, I will say it again. If you're on a time limit with somebody this big, just like you were during the Phil interview, tone down the in-between conversation. Tone down the extra fluff, because you could get more questions to this man. They had over 1,000 questions, they said, submitted by the community, Steele, to ask Todd Howard. And they got through a couple handfuls of them.
Yeah.
And they could have gotten through another handful at least if they would have just cut out the fluff, right? So for me, that's the only criticism I have of this. But Todd was fantastic. He was very open. Yes, he still wants to keep some things secret, which I'm cool with. Like, if you still want some surprises in the game, I totally get that at this point. You don't have to spill the beans, man. But he gave as much information as possible, and some of it didn't make the community the most happy. Some of it, like you said, did set some expectations wise. So let's get down to business here. I'll read the Windows Central article real quick. It's a short one. They kind of summarized it very well here.
I have a build up too. So
okay, go ahead. If you want to read it, go ahead, Steele. And then that'll set the tone. And then I'll discuss some of the things that I pulled out of it that were big to me. And we can go from there. We can have a conversation.
Okay. I mean, how deep do you want me to get into this article before you?
Go ahead, read through it, and then I'll pull some key points out. Go ahead.
All right, so here we go. I got it up on screen for you guys too if you want to read along. But what you need to know, Todd Howard, game director at Bethesda Game Studios, talked about Starfield in an interview with Kind of Funny XCast. The interview ranged over a number of questions such as accessibility features, fishing, how varied planets can be, and much more. Starfield is currently scheduled to launch 5 days earlier. And you goddamn right, I'm going to be there 5 days early.
Okay.
Yes.
Cut out there for a minute.
Oh, I cut out? Can you guys still hear me?
I don't know if they heard you. You cut out on my side though.
Okay. Hopefully you guys still heard me. Again, I should be connected directly into OBS. We did have some,
so
maybe we had to drop some drop frames, not a lot. So maybe there was just a little jump right there. And it could just be because I was doing some.
I mean to interrupt your
No,
flow.
you're good. You're good. I was also getting my sources and everything set up because I don't. I'm trying to be better about that too. But anyway, so are you ready to learn more about Bethesda Game Studios? No, anyway. In a new interview with Kinda Funny Xcast, Bethesda Game Studios game director Todd Howard discusses all things Starfield, from accessibility features, companions, to allowing players to build a fleet of ships. And you can check out the interview below. But lucky for us, Windows Central broke it down. They start off by saying, I'm noticing that it's really helpful when I play, that there's a lot more handheld devices. Oh, excuse me. This is on the conversation of accessibility, because they asked him a little bit about that, because they asked him if it was going to come to Stream Deck. He didn't make any comments on it. But anyway, I'm noticing that that's really helpful when I play. There's a lot more handheld devices coming out when you can stream these games, or sometimes you can play them natively. And it really helps us there as well. So there's one particular we're really leaning in on. Starfield offers players a lot of things to do, but one thing that won't be present is fishing, at least in the traditional sense of casting a rod, which they kind of joked about too. He was like, oh, how do you define fishing and whatnot? Right. So that's interesting. Right. There could be some additional elements there. But anyway, addressing the balance of handcrafted and procedurally generated content, Howard explains that the outside of major cities, the systems used pull from a suite of content that is handcrafted and chooses to place it or not place it on different planets when you land. Many places will be bare in one facet or another, with Howard noting that only around 10% of planets have alien life or life overall, meaning roughly 100 out of the promised 1,000 worlds to explore. Now, I'm going to pause it there for a second because I saw people kind of running with this and like, oh man, see 1,000 planets and they're all going to be dead. This is going to be Mass Effect all over again. There's going to be nothing to do. Get all this content in the game and it's just fluff material. Now I just want to kind of offer my opinion on that. For Starfield to be a game that is trying to base itself in somewhat reality, and also using real life data to kind of flesh out its system, they went on the high end of what is supposed to be possible with or what could be possible with even our own universe, right? For them to have 100 out of 1,000 worlds that are essentially handcrafted and everything else, again, to be procedurally generated through procedural generation that was handcrafted and picked and has some rhyme or reason to it versus it being completely random. Now, there's still going to be some randomness to it for sure, because that's how they set it up. But they've also, he reiterated in there again during this interview, that they do tailor what is being what's being generated, right? So it's not just like a bunch of just stuff put into a system and then, oh yeah, just pop some stuff up on this planet. No, it's not always the case. So it's definitely interesting to see. I don't think that takes anything away from the game. You don't have to experience the other 900 planets if you don't want to. Again, it could be resource planets. There could be a place that you can, build a little temporary base and you go there to get your resources and you dip. I mean, that could be very well a possibility. Who knows if that's going to be a viable way of doing things? Don't know if there's a teleporter here. That's something that No Man's Sky has that kind of alleviates you wanting to make a base wherever, right? Because no matter where you land, you can put a teleporter down. You can get to literally any base that you want to get to that you've created before, and even outposts and things. So if they have a system like that, then we're in for quite a ride. If not, we'll see how those things play out. They're going to say some planets are single biome like being frozen worlds of ice. Other planets can have far more diverse biomes, which is often accompanied by a more diverse range of alien life. Planets have different traits such as lower gravity or environmental hazards, and unprepared players can quickly end up in a lot of danger. He made some comments about the suits and whatnot, that you're going to have to make sure that you're prepared, that you can actually take like damage to your character itself. You can get sick. So those are going to be things that you're going to have to be aware of. And they also talked about the lack of, because they did ask him whether there was going to be like ground vehicles. He did let them know that the game was centered around on foot travel and using your booster pack, right? A lot of people are also upset by this. We're like, oh man, how do you have a space game? And oh man, the game's going to be small as hell and it's not going to be fleshed out because we don't have space cars. Okay. But I get where that opinion, and I see where people can be coming from with that. I don't agree. As long as it's fleshed out properly, me and Pong have our own questions about how they're going to handle the on-foot traversal and loading in, how much of the actual planet are we going to be able to have access to? Is it going to be cut off? These were some of the questions I would have liked them to ask on how that's actually set up. Nobody has asked Todd about, is the entire planet explorable or is it sectioned off? I think that would have been a great question, but maybe it's a common sense thing and people just figure, oh yeah, I figured we would be able to. Again, haven't got clarification on it. It is something that we would want to know. Jesse B says Mass Effect had a space car and those planets had very little to do in one. And honestly, in Mass Effect, anytime that you had a Mako or any other vehicle to use, as fun as it was maybe in that moment, outside of that, it didn't really do anything else for you, right? It didn't add an extra level of oh man, this game is so much better because of this. Like even when they made it better with the hovercraft, like the game didn't instantly become better because of the vehicle.
If you played it back in the day with the old Mako,
I heard it was terrible. I heard it was god
awful. Oh God!
I mean, even now, even still, that when I used the Mako in that first game, I was like, bro, if it was worse than this, this is still bad. Like, but if it was worse than this, that would have turned me off the game quick. Because there were some moments with that Mako, I was like, bro. Really? Are you
people
really
always
serious?
wonder people always wonder how some of us older gamers don't mind certain things in games or bugs or certain weird things, why we can just continue to play games and not complain about them. It's things like the Mako in the old Mass Effect that did that to us.
That was almost borderline in some ways, I feel like, personally, but even with the new version, but there's not gonna be any space vehicles. Well, at least ones that roll around and what?
Yeah, ground vehicles.
Ground vehicles. Let's see. All of the area can be surveyed, and there are major monetary rewards for fully surveying a planet. Now, fully surveying a planet could be multiple things, and I saw somebody bring that up in chat also. You fully surveyed a planet in Mass Effect 2 when you scanned it. Send a couple probes down. Boom, fully surveyed the planet. You got all the resources you could find. I actually really liked how that mechanic was set up in Mass Effect 2. I think it was, I don't know why they didn't carry that over into 3, because then in 3, it instantly made you not care about it again.
One of the greatest sounds ever created too was the probe sound.
I love the.
I can still hear it. It is so perfect, man. Anyways,
yeah, it was perfect. I love sending them out, and I just love the game that you played, trying to find like the perfect spot to put it, and you send it in, and it was just it was so simple but fun, right?
Yeah,
I'm sad they took it out in 3, but anyway, so with that being said, I mean, does that answer some of our questions for completely surveying the whole planet? Does that mean that we'll be able to traverse the entire planet? I still don't get that answer out of this question.
Right.
Surveying could mean I hit, this could be a Ubisoft type of survey where I hit I hit a tower on this planet and now the whole planet's recognized to me. Right. So is that surveying? I don't know. More to find out. Not a clear answer there. Touching on companions, Howard confirms that that the 4 constellation companions are the romanceable characters in the game. When asked if players could have a crew entirely composed of robots, Howard hesitates before answering technically yes, indicating that Vasco might not be the only robot companion players can pick up through their travels. I think I'll just stop it there for a second. Having the romanceable characters be limited to just the 4 is kind of interesting. I thought that there would be a little bit more diversity there as far as that goes, especially with there being more than just Constellation in existence. right? The multiple factions. Again, I know that these systems are, it kind of reminds me of Cyberpunk, right? The Cyberpunk does the same thing, where it's like you only have these romance options. And as much as it works, and I do think that it helps add conversation, right? Where it's just like me and Pong, even the diversity. Like Pong is a Judy guy, and I'm a Pan Am dude. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I guess for the sake of conversation, it could be a center point of a all ever branching tree, right? It could be just one point that comes together that everybody be like, yeah, this is the person that I chose. He's the person that I grew with and had with me the entire game, or whatever. But I feel like it also limits your experience a bit, because what if you meet somebody else during your journey and those options just aren't available to you? Again, not a terrible thing. I want to see how that's going to end up playing out. I'm not going to pretend like that's one of the main things that I look for in these games. It's not. The fact that I built the relationship that I did with Liara in Mass Effect 2 in 3, because it was completely different in 1, right? I had Amanda. She was annoying. I could not stand Amanda by the end of 1. But in 2 and 3, it shifted over into Liara, and seeing how that relationship built up over the games, I would have loved to see something similar here. Not to say that still can't happen. Again, Mass Effect also limits you in those options. So it's just like, if they do it right, then it'll be a well worth system. But it's not like I'm seeking to find love in the game. I have that in real life personally. So maybe that's just a me thing. I heard a lot of people upset, Pong, that the romance options were very, very, limiting, right? I could give the people the answer. Well, don't worry about that. One of the first packs of mods that are going to come out are going to be able to, you can live out your wildest fantasies on whatever spaceship you want, with the sexy time mechanics, that they will be adding in, because they added them to Skyrim and they were quick. But I mean, do you think that having very minimal romance options makes you worry about the depth of this game a little bit? Or no? Is it something that you even really consider? Is the 4 people enough for you? Are you just kind of more interested to see how that's going to play out for your story? Do you agree with me that it's more of like maybe a center point for their story? You kind of, for the ever branching tree.
Sorry, I was going to answer Tim. Tim, I appreciate the offer, brother. I really do. But I am looking for September 1st, as far as the Constellation Edition goes. I'm hoping that Bethesda themselves, I've got alerts on for their store. We'll have another run of Constellation prior to the game launch at some point, or a couple runs leading up to the launch. They usually do that with their big edition. So I'm going to keep crossing my fingers, but I appreciate the offer a lot, brother. Again, a lot of people have reached out to me and made that offer. So thank you, sir. As far as the relationships go, I wish there was more options. I always do. I like the relationship stuff. I'm one of those dudes who does enjoy that aspect of it, but at the same time, is it like some big knock? No. The fact that they still have the options in the game, and you've got your choice of 4 characters from Constellation to kind of romance, is fine. It's just fine. I mean, I didn't have a number in mind at all. Like, oh my God, I need to see this many romanceable options. But I think having the opportunity to meet a random NPC out in the world that all of a sudden does give you a little bit different options is always cool. It kind of adds to that exploration part of the thing, part of the game as well, of finding different things, different side quests. All of a sudden you wind up in this whirlwind romance with some NPC out in the world that you had no idea that you were just doing a little side mission for, right? That can also be cool, but I'm fine with this deal. It's not a big deal to me. I understand why some people do want more, and it's certainly if I had my choice, I would say more, but it's fine. It's okay.
Does it undermine the game at all for you thus far?
No.
All right. Todd did talk about the music a bit. He says, I think the music for Starfield, the work that Enon Zur has done there is just incredible. It could be my favorite game music. When they asked him about the music too, and this is what makes actually watching the interviews kind of powerful, is that because they asked them how they came up with the music, when they came up with the music, and Todd straight up said, that was like one of the first things that we worked on, right? When we came up with the idea of the game, the very next thing after that was the music. We wanted it all to to mesh together well. We wanted to, kind of really tell our story and paint bring our picture to life. And they felt that the music was really important for that. That's why they brought in Inon Zur, so they could really fit the ambiance for what the game that they were trying to create. So, and I thought that was a beautiful thing. Inon Zur has done great work. So, but when discussing the soundtrack for the game, Howard shares that the music is one of the first things being worked on as the team collaborates with the composer as they're going over early concept art. He says, I think the music for Starfield, the work that Inon Zur has done there is just incredible. Referencing the recent Starfield Direct, Howard shares that players can customize ships they steal from others, but that it has to be registered first, which is a process that costs credit. Howard also notes that shipbuilding system is extremely deep and many of the options available in it are expensive and are meant for players in the late game. They ask what happens to players who get detected trying to smuggle contraband. Howard says, we'll have to see. Howard also touches on technological advancements made possible, not only how consoles and PC hardware improve, also the effort Bethesda Game Studios has put into Creation Engine 2. Another thing, too, that I pulled out from this and that he again reiterated that the Creation Engine 2 is not just a iteration of Creation Engine 1. This is something that they went through a completely new iteration for, essentially, completely rebuilt it from the ground up. Again, you take that how you want to take it. I'm not trying to convince you that you have to believe that they put a bunch of work into this engine. I think the game kind of speaks for itself from what we've seen thus far. I won't know till we get our hands on it, though. So we'll see. He says, what we're able to do in a game and have all these things looking amazing and running from all of the items we're simulating, people, spaceships, planets, our lighting model is just awesome. With the real-time GI, global illumination, he says, our quest system, I think that what really makes ours different is all these quests are running. It's not like you start a mission and then we shut everything down. That is an aspect of the game that you have to kind of keep in mind, and an aspect of their games that you also have to keep in mind, because that's not something new to Starfield, right? Bethesda titles have always had this thing to where they don't necessarily, I've never ran into like a quest limit or anything per se. I think there might have been one in Elder Scrolls Online, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. But the way that it's set up, it's not like, you're doing multiple quests, but you do multiple quests, but things are still set up in a certain way where it doesn't break the game because you didn't do these certain quests. So it makes it very open, very versatile, very expansive, because it allows you to kind of traverse the world however you like, and to know that again, that's something that they iterated on and worked on, and took in heavy consideration into this one, especially with it being more space focused. Again, just as a comparison, Skyrim could fit on one planet in this game.
Yeah.
So the fact that the game is this expansive and they still are iterating on these points, I think tells me still a lot about what they're trying to accomplish. He goes on to say, you can be on dozens of these at once, and obviously that creates a lot of chaos, sometimes in our games. We're aware of that, but it also creates these magic moments that we just love and our players love, and I think that's what's really special about it. That's something that you have mentioned before, where you're on a mission and then you have some dude run up on you, say, hey, here's my armor, whatnot. I actually, with my first Skyrim playthrough, my modded playthrough, I actually experienced that same thing. I was like getting away from some enemies that I got into a fight to, and I was like on the brink of death pretty much. I had no heals left. I was trying to figure out the fucking game, and this dude runs up on me, and I almost swung on him. And he's like, "Hey man, you gotta take my armor, man. I'm running from him." I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck are you talking about, dog?" Like, "Oh, no, don't worry about it. I'll come back for it." And then
that guy is great.
And he takes off, and I'm like, "The fuck just happened here?" Like, I'm so lost.
But he got away in yours, whereas mine, he ran off. He swam. He swam to get to me on an island. Then he was swimming and he landed on the beach. He got on the beach and mud crabs attacked him and killed him right in front of my eyes.
Wow, that's
after
funny.
He gave me the armor.
Nah. He got away with mine. He got away with mine. He jumped in real early in my journey. But yeah, for sure. They do go on to touch on mod support and what the community will be able to do. Howard refers to Starfield as a modder's paradise. it's important for us not to just enable that, but to participate, right? To make it easy for them, to make this where they can make it not just a hobby, but a career. We've had a lot of great success there. So looking forward to what everyone's going to do with Starfield. To close out the interview, Howard noticeably declines to answer whether or not black holes are present in the game.
Yes,
so Pong, from everything that we've mentioned in this article here, and again, gives us some background, and again, shout out to Kind of Funny in the Xcast, it kind of gives us some background as to what to expect in our Bethesda game, in this Starfield. What is your perspective? What are your concerns, or what are your feelings now currently about Starfield after this most recent?
Yeah, no, nothing for me change as far as hype level goes or expectations go, right? I think Todd set some guidelines, right? And I think that he, with some of the questions, did, indicate some of the limitations that are going to be in this game, which again, of course there is. Again, I'm not stupid as much as I say this is the game to be all end all, or this is the ultimate game. There's still going to be limitations. Like, you can't just do anything, right? We haven't gotten to that point yet. I eventually think before Todd retires, he might come close, or somebody will pick up where he left off and take it closer. But right now, no, there's still going to be some of that in there. And just real quick too, Steele, on the one of the last points there about the modding community. For anybody who doesn't pay attention to Bethesda, they truly are like the S tier of modding support studios, right? They love their modders, and to that end, this week, it just got announced a couple days ago that another team member from the modding team that was working on Fallout London, which is actually an expansion for Fallout 4. It's a mod expansion, but this is going to be gigantic. Another team member at Patchwork Professor just got hired by Bethesda. They do this all the time. Yep. They just hired him as associate level designer. So their modding community, I don't know how many it's at right now, but I know it's more than we think it is that have been hired actually out of the modding community into actual Bethesda proper. So unbelievable support for that community over there. And yes, you can say, well, that's because they do a lot of free work for Bethesda, which is true. They do, but Bethesda is open arms, which a lot of devs aren't open arms, right? So I think it is important to make that distinction. Anyways, as far as the Todd interview goes, again, great interview. Loved everything about it. There was a couple things that this article did not touch on that really stood out to me. And so I'll bring those up right now. So number one, Todd confirmed that both shipbuilding and outpost building are going to be resource heavy. You are going to have to work if you want to create some of the biggest ships in the game, and you're not going to be able to just go set up outposts everywhere out the gate. Todd actually explained it as that's more end game content. Now, again, when Todd says end game content for a regular game, that would mean something, right? Like Diablo, for example, Steele and I were just talking about end game. You know when you hit the end game in Diablo. For a game like Starfield or Skyrim or Fallout, any of the Bethesda big games, end game is going to be different for everybody, right? What he's saying there, though, is you're going to have to level up your skills, because there are skills specifically associated with both shipbuilding and with outpost building. You're going to have to get your crafting up, and you're going to have to be generating a whole lot of credits and a whole lot of materials in order to complete some of this work. Now, how you get to that end game, again, is going to be different for every single person that plays this. So, but I do know that I'm going to have to get my pirate life on real early, and it's going to be a while before I'm setting up, bases all over different planets, right? And before I get a bigger battle cruiser, right? It's going to take some time, which I kind of expected. He also confirmed with the outposts, and this is something that I specifically had a question on. The outposts generate resources, which we know, right? You can scan the planet, you can find resource heavy, depending on what resources you want to bring in. But I said, is there more to the outposts? Are we going to be able to shuttle? Because if you guys remember in Fallout 4, you could set up, God, what am I looking for here? You could set up, my God, what do they call it, Steel? Where we have caravans between your Fallout 4 outposts and have some resource generation. He confirmed that is in Starfield. You will have ships. You can set up shipping lanes between your outposts, and I'm wondering if you can also set them up to major cities. We'll find that out later. But you could set up shipping lanes for your different outposts to start generating an actual economy for you, right? That's up my alley. That's cool to me. I'm down for that, because when I'm living the pirate's life and I'm raiding all these ships and stuff, I want outposts eventually in the background working for me as well, because again, I'm going to become the most infamous man in Starfield, at least in my world. And so this is going to be an extra level to that. So that was really cool. He also was asked if there's always memorable creatures, like in Fallout and Skyrim, of course, dragons. There's always memorable creatures normally in their worlds, ones that everybody talks about continuously. So they asked Todd, is Starfield any different? Are you going to have memorable creatures? And Todd really paused on this one, was trying to think of how he was going to explain this. And he said, there's one really bad one. And there's a few, and then they cut him off. And that's the other part about interviewing, that I'm like, okay, you guys shouldn't cut him off. You should be waiting for the full answer and then follow up. But anyways, so we know for sure there's going to be one really bad creature that we're going to be hunting, or as a part of the main story, one of the two. And I can't imagine what that thing's going to look like after all the creatures we saw from the planets. So that got me really excited as well. Those were two of the big ones. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on my list, because I did actually write a list. I was listening to this in the background. No radio. I know that was another big one for people. No radio outside of one location. There will be a radio station. So when you're flying around space, you're not going to have the Fallout 4 radio channels, which is kind of disappointing a little bit. I was hoping they were going to have space radio. I thought it was really cool. It was immersive in Fallout 4 to hear news and to hear music while you were traveling in Fallout. So I was hoping that was going to carry over. Not going to happen in this one, unfortunately. Steel touched on the no land vehicles. The thing that we still have questions on, and why Steel kept mentioning is because we had a discussion the other night in party, actually, when we were talking about this interview a little bit. I still wonder if they're going to break up the planet in sections, right, or if they're going to allow you to traverse it from any location all the way. Once you land, because Todd already confirmed, he said multiple times, you can pick your location where you want to land on that planet. Are you going to be able to walk or jetpack from one side to the other? Because I'm thinking about these planets. Like, we know how big Skyrim's world is. If the only way we have to travel, and it's confirmed now, is by foot or jetpack, that would take an extremely long time to do the circumference of a planet, right?
Even to cover Skyrim, maybe, even if you're talking low gravity.
Right. It could get ridiculous. So I'm curious to see if they have sectioned off, because when you saw the scan, it almost looked like there were sections. I know some of them were biome differences, but it almost looked like, and the way they described it in the direct was, you're going to land and you're going to scan that area on foot. When they were talking about the on foot scanning, when they were talking about, they said you're going to scan that area. When they say something like that, it sounds like it might be sectioned off. So you might have to get back in your ship and then, rotate the planet or whatever on your map, pick a new landing zone and drop into that zone. That's the only real question I have left about it. Again, if they do it that way, I will understand, since there's not going to be really any fast travel outside of getting back to your ship. They already confirmed there is going to be fast travel. There's not going to be any land vehicles, so you're not going to have any quick way to move about the planet. Todd did say that the jetpack is very good at that, but it's going to have its limitations as well. You're not going to just be able to jetpack everywhere.
And we still don't have confirmation on whether or not, like, the ship itself can. Or no, I think you corrected that for me last time we talked about that. Whether the ship has interplanetary travel,
flight capabilities. No interplanetary flight capabilities. So those are some of the few questions I have left. And again, with the no land vehicles, I have a feeling we're going to be sectioned off depending on where we land on that planet, which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I understand it, especially since you don't have interplanetary ship flying. And modders may eventually fix some of that with land vehicles, or actually getting the mod out for the PC side of things where you can do, space to planet landings with your ship, and you're going to be able to fly the ship within the atmosphere. We'll find out. But that is one big question I still have left. Going back to what you read there too, Steel, thought it was really cool. Again, we had a good idea this was the case, but you are going to need different suits for different biomes. Otherwise, you are going to run the risk of being sick or, radiated.
It makes me worry, Pong.
Eventually dying. Why? Why does that make you worry?
It makes me worry. You don't know
why
that makes
your
me worry?
favorite suit. You're not going to be able to have your favorite suit on all the time. You're not going to be able to look as nice as you want to all the time. You might have to swap it out.
That means I gotta get multiple good-looking suits, man. That's gotta be what I do in the very beginning of the game. I gotta have a good-looking suit for the, when I can't breathe good. I gotta have a suit for when I got poisonous environment. I gotta need a good suit for, I need a suit for all occasions.
Anybody else, I would laugh this off, but you guys don't understand. Chat, we talk
I'm 100%
about this all the
serious.
time.
I'm 100%
Steel looking
serious.
crispy, right? Steel liking what he looks like on screen is so important to him. Listen, side note, we're off to Starfield real quick here. Side note, we're playing Diablo. Steel gets the gear that a lot of people playing Druid wants that allows you to become a werewolf full time, and he's complaining about it because he doesn't like his werewolf look.
No, I wish I could customize my werewolf, man.
He wants to change the hair color on his werewolf, for God's sakes, and the game won't let him. So now he's upset. He was almost thinking about taking that gear off, okay? Even though it makes him more powerful.
I'm still planning on it.
Oh, God.
I'm going to take it off.
This is how bad he is. This is how bad he is, guys. If his closet isn't right in the game, Steel's unhappy. So, again, I can't. I'm actually dreading when Starfield comes out.
I'm telling you.
If Steel can't find good-looking suits, I'm going to be hearing about it nonstop.
You are. Yeah, you are. 100%. Matter of fact, the first day, ladies and gentlemen, look, I'm gonna give you like a sneak peek into it. Because Blue Moon asked it earlier if we're gonna be if we're gonna have a show the day when Starfield comes out. We're still gonna have a show. It is gonna limit our playtime, but Paul's already got that day off. Hopefully it comes out at midnight so I can play then also. Because I plan on one possibly streaming live.
September the 1st is Friday, so we're good.
I think what we might try to do, I think that's when we may try to get our split screen setup started up.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think that would really be dope if we're able to play two different people playing Starfield at the same time. I think that would be super fire. Like going in like all Friday,
September 2nd.
and then well,
that would be cool.
So I think that would be pretty fire. But anyway,
it would
back
be
on track.
Yeah, back on track. But he kind of dived into the skill trees a little bit or the skills, the skill sections as well. And he said that they didn't want to go with the skill tree because it didn't give you enough flexibility in your builds, and what you could do with your character and your play style. He didn't want to lock it into a skill tree. That's why they did it the way they did. It's still skill tree-esque, obviously, because you have to open up each level of the skill system to have access to them. But he said that he feels the skills are set up appropriately where you can have different styles of play and people are going to feel like they are achieving something, that they are moving forward and gaining something. And he also confirmed that when you open up the new skills and you saw on screen how they look like patches, right? You're going to be able to actually attach those patches to your spacesuit too. So you'll be able to choose what patches you want to show off.
Because it visibly represents. So if you take a picture or whatever else, everybody else will look different that way too. So that's really cool to think about. And the other thing too, we were talking about customization earlier. We do also know that you're going to be able to choose the individual pieces. Like you can mix and match them. So I wonder how that's going to affect that aspect of it too. Will you be able to have multiple resistances as you mix and match your suits together, right? Is there going to be somewhat of a transmog system in the game? Because I don't believe they touched on that. But knowing that you do have that type of versatility, but just knowing that you have that type of versatility though, does add that additional element. I do feel like it also adds to what you.
Correct. As far as the 10% of the planets having life, again, I kind of expected that. I didn't think this was going to be No Man's Sky. I said that. They
Yeah, I
have
don't
this
like
grounded in reality.
I don't
right?
like
They have
exploring every planet in No Man's Sky
Right.
either. I really don't
Right.
see the point in that. If it doesn't have two of the things that I need, why am I going to, like, it's cute to look at as I'm flying by or in the background, or if it's like a moon, like,
Yeah.
I just want them to prove to me more so. You can't tell me that, hey, you see that moon, you can go to that, and then I can't go to that.
Right.
That's going to be very weird.
Yeah,
And that's another conversation we had in the back.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. I don't know. I don't know. Again, yeah, as far as the space travel, how that's going to work too. We'll see how that's cordoned off or if it's wide open. But again, we know you can't fly system to system. You have to make the jump. But once you're in that system, can you fly to every planet in open space without doing any type of jump? That's the other thing I'm curious to find out about as well. But what was I just talking about? Oh my God, I totally lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're talking about the Planet Life having
Planet Life. Yeah, the
10%
10%.
life.
So we went from everybody complaining about 1,000 planets, right? Everybody's saying, or not everybody, but let's say a group of people complaining about the 1,000 planets being way too much. Oh my God, how am I supposed to do this? To now people going, only 10% have life? Oh my God. People, that's 100+ planets with life on it.
Yeah,
they give you a scanner that you can scan the planet. So if it's something that's not interesting to you or a place that you don't want to go to, move on. Right? I don't understand.
100 planets is a lot. With full
it's a
life?
Lot. Yes, with some form of life and handcrafted content on there. Listen, folks,
he said all 100 of those planets have handcrafted content on them.
Yes, because that's what they do. They layer it over the top, and even the dead ones can have handcrafted spots on it with, crash ship or whatever the case may be on a moon. So again, there's going to be a lot to explore, but they give you the tools up front to decide whether or not you want to land on that planet. It's not like you have to go through the whole process of going through the screen where you land and then look around and decide whether or not this should have been a planet.
This isn't Mass Effect 1. This isn't Mass Effect 1 all of a sudden.
No, decide up front and move on if you don't want to do that. So again, I like that they kept that grounded in reality. Now if it's the 10%, which Todd did indicate it is the 10%, that is on the high end of what scientists believe is out there. They estimate, because we don't know, obviously, they estimate between, I think it's 2 and 10% of planets would have life on them in the universe. Well, they're already pushing that boundary at 10%, right? That, to me, that's cool that they did that. Again,
people also make it seem like the 100 planets are literally right next to each other.
Yeah, no, you're still gonna have to.
There's literally, I think me and Pong did the math the other day. There's there's going to be 100 systems. So,
roughly 100 systems, right? If you figure if each system has 10 planets, but that's more so than what most scientists believe each system have. So you're talking about 100+ systems potentially. So yeah, you're gonna be doing a lot of traveling, and they're not all within striking distance. You have to upgrade your ship. So again, if you're a completionist and you're dreading having to go to all 1,000 planets, I don't know what to tell you. If you're a completionist,
that's a personal problem, man.
Yeah, that is a personal thing. But for the most people, my God, giving them 100 planets with life on it is already pretty incredible. So, again, I just love the swings in the emotions between some of the conversations. Oh my God, 1,000 planets. Only 100? Only 10%? Ah, man, come on. Yeah. Do what you want to do in this game. That's what it's about. They're not forcing you to do it either way. You could hit, you could just mainline the story if you want to and be done with the game like Rand probably will do. Shout out to Randall Thor, who just mainlined Diablo and is done with the game. That's totally up to you how you play a game, man. If that's all you want to do, it's still going to be a possibility for you. For those of us that are into the exploration, both of these things that they've said, over 1,000 planets and 10% have life, are very interesting to me, and I can't wait. Again, the Goldilocks zone, which is the zone that a planet has to be in to have and maintain life, according to scientists. Again, not proven. It's a theory.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, that sounds cool to me. I'm all about that. Thank you for keeping it kind of grounded. I didn't need to visit 1,000 planets with repeating type creatures on them over and over again.
Yeah, I don't like that shit about No Man's Sky that takes me out of the experience. Because it is based off an infinite amount of things. There's only so monsters you see before you see like, okay, that's just the iteration of this that I saw at this other planet a few systems ago. It's really not that unique. Like it.
Yes.
Like that's the other thing that kind of is unfortunate about the whole comparison between No Man's Sky and Starfield. It's just like the way that the content is going to be tailored. It is going to be a technical, smaller experience than No Man's Sky is. And again, not to take away from No Man's Sky, but once you've seen a set amount of things, you're going to see different versions of those set amount of things an infinite amount of times. And it's not random enough or impactful enough to your experience. And again, even me as somebody who put 40 plus hours into the game, I'm not saying that like I'm the most experienced adventurer in that game, but the games are different in the way that they're going to be actually tailoring the designs of the enemies that you're going to be around, the creatures that you're going to experience, and just the overall depth of the world that you're gonna have versus what you may experience in No Man's Sky. Right? Again, it being more of that classic Western RPG helps it tenfold because it just doesn't make it a survival space exploration game. It makes it an RPG. Right.
Correct.
And I think
correct.
That's overall the element we can't forget.
Yeah, absolutely 1000% agree, Steele. It is what it is. People are going to find something to complain about all the time. The last thing I'll bring up too is that he confirmed when you pirate a ship, you can fly that ship anywhere you want to, but to actually mod that ship, you're going to need to register that ship, right? So anything that you pirate is yours to keep. He confirmed that. Now, again, I still don't know the limit of the amount of ships. I would have liked them to ask that question. How big can our fleet honestly be? Is there a set limit, like 10, 15, 20, whatever it is? I know some people have tried to claim off the numbers, off the direct, if you looked at each frame. I think somebody came up with, what was it, like 12 or something like that, but those numbers change if you go through the direct. So I don't think those are set numbers because, like it said, ship 0 out of 9, right, or 1 out of 9. And then another screen said like 3 out of 12 or something like that. I think that there's ways you can increase your fleet size, and I'd like to know the limitations, but you will have to register the ship. But he did confirm you're not stuck with that pirated ship. If you want to change things on it, you can mod those ships as well, which is very cool. So again, everything in the game is for you to customize. And for me, that's huge, right? So if I take a new ship, but I don't like the weapon system on it and I want to upgrade that weapon system, I'm allowed to do that. I just have to register it first, and do it that way, which is fine. I understand what they're doing there. Like he said, he didn't want to break the economy if you just stole a bunch of ships and kept them without registering.
Right.
And it would get stupid after a while. So that was about it for me pulling out of this. And Tim the Sorcerer, yeah, absolutely. Going back to the exploration thing, like Pete Hines told PTK Blam, he came across a derelict ship, and 4.5 hours or whatever it was later, he was still exploring that ship.
Right.
Like
that's crazy to think about.
That's crazy. That's insane to me. There's going to be so much more to do in this than just hop to planet, everything in between. We're talking, again, if you really wanted to get down and dirty with this game, hundreds, thousands of hours available to you. This is going to be one of those games that captures a lot of people, including myself, in entire life. Like, that's going to be my gaming life for a very, very, very long time, including Diablo. Diablo will be shelved. I'm going to play through Season 1. Like Steele said, I got the Ultimate Edition, so I'm definitely going to take advantage of Season 1, create a new character, play through it. I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. I don't mind it so much as other people. I understand why people don't like that. But then when Starfield hits, it's over. It's done. It's like, that's going to be it. We'll see how long it is, whether it's 2 weeks or whether it's 15 weeks where I'm playing Starfield. That is yet to be determined, but I know it is going to be an extensive amount of time where I'm just traveling space because I want to experience all of this. I can't wait for this game, and Todd coming on these interviews just increases my hype. When he starts smiling, Steel, and he declines to answer about black holes, and he keeps his little secrets still out there. Bro, it's going to be so fun, man. And then you throw in the space magic where we only got one little tiny clip, but we don't know. Like, you're giving me powers now.
There's a lot of versatility that's happening in this game,
Yes.
touching on a lot of different elements that even me and you like to ponder about and think about in the background, right? So it's like the fact that is excited about it. And again, he should be, right? He's the one making the game. People are going to be like, oh, well, he's supposed to be selling his game, so of course he's going to be happy about it. Yeah. Oh, you guys are suckers anyway. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Anyway, like, I'm expecting for Starfield to be pretty great, right? For it to be overall an interesting experience, for it to be the Bethesda experience that really latches on and gives me something memorable, especially up front, because as great as this game may end up being later, is this going to be the game that, because of mods and things, that I do go through another playthrough? Does it really grab me enough and offer me enough of variety? Probably not. I'm probably going to get my first playthrough, and that's probably going to be it, unless they drop some DLC or something. But nonetheless, I'm still excited and interested to see where this is going to take me. Because I've been thinking about, I've been wanting to go on another space adventure. Everspace 2 isn't quite it for me. I could try out Chorus, but I'm not playing. That's not in my rotation right now. It's just like I'm holding off on a few things. I really want to play Armored Core right now. That also helps me with some of that space fantasy. Like, that's going to be something else. I'm going to be in that neck. I'm going to put Diablo down for that for sure. That's not even going to be a question. I got Atlas Fallen that's right around the corner. That's looking juicier and juicier by the day. It's gonna have co-op in it, which is super dope to think about. Like, there's just so many things that are on the horizon of games to be excited for. 2023 is lining up to be just even more magnificent than like we tried to anticipate last year. There's just not even from first party. It's just like third parties hitting seemingly too. Nintendo actually had a decent showcase yesterday from what I was seeing. Again, a lot of the stuff that was there, I'm not a Mario dude, so like off rip, none of that excites me at all. I don't care about Mario RPG and the other Mario Wonder or whatever the case. Like, I just don't care about none of that. Like, no excitement. Exo Primal, thank you, Nix. Another one that I really want to put in my rotation. It's just so many things. Crazy. So many things. Sly Crow says, when is Atlas Fallen? Matter of fact, Sly, let me check real quick. Because they showed another kind of gameplay breakdown of the game, getting into the overall. They had a well-voiced lady that was talking about it too. We're going over how they're looking at the skill trees, and it has customization. Paul, they showed the customization. That's all I really need.
Right.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I saw that and was like, you give me that with some good combat, and it gives me some of those old school Prince of Persia vibes, right? But it's different. Man, I'm loving it. I'm excited. Life is going to get busy.
I'm still amazed in the
August
background
10th.
here. Still, August 10th.
Is for Atlas Fallen.
So amazed watching this video in the background of you playing through the latest build of Starfield that Todd sent you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing how influenced Bethesda was by Mass Effect. Like, it is pretty crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised Todd didn't mention it more, because damn, this looks like Mass Effect in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I didn't know what to tell Todd. I was like, damn, Todd, this is what Starfield is truly going to be. And he was just like, look, this is what the hardware is capable of, right?
Look, Steele, we heard you weren't the biggest Bethesda fan, but we heard that you fell in love with Mass Effect, and I knew sending you this latest build would get you into that mode, right? You'd fall in love with our game.
Yeah. 100%. The animations are pretty much the same.
It's pretty crazy.
It's all good. This is exactly how it's going to look, guys. I even got a custom outfit on for you guys right now.
Yeah. Look at that, a little Mass Effect.
Vasco, spoiler alert. This is what Vasco turns into. What you're fighting now, he just turns into a fucking evil ass mech. So just be ready for that. That happens early on in the game, first hour. Hey, that's what people said. It's the same game.
Right. Anyway, crazy. And then we got to look at a little bit of the space magic there in your wheel too.
Yeah, you saw that. I had a gun that shot out this fucking. Look, that's why he didn't want to talk about the black holes, because you get to shoot one out of a gun.
That's right. Oh my god,
that's funny. Oh, let's get back on track.
Yeah, let's get back up.
Where do you want to take this next, Pong? I know I hinted a little bit after Nintendo Direct.
Yeah.
Let's
just run through it. It's a
dive.
quick one, and then we'll get into FTC versus Microsoft here. So, but yeah, let's run through the Nintendo Direct real quick because it is worthy of a conversation. Just real quick. Again, Steele and I aren't going to have giant opinions on this. You know, again, Steele does have Switches in his house.
Oh yeah, I got two.
You know, yeah, kids play Switch, so he knows if Steele plays Switch games, right? So he's been playing. You're playing Zelda. So at 1.2, obviously not the original version, but it is still Nintendo property. So
yes, and I've bought Breath of the Wild twice. So
right, exactly. So you have even more than me invested in Nintendo. So, but it still is it's worthy of conversation because after what we got during Gamers Christmas, right, and Nintendo hasn't been doing E3 time at all. Like they were the first one to stop showing up at E3 originally, right? When they decided they were going to do their own thing with their directs.
Right.
This direct that they had this week did feel like an E3 showing for Nintendo, right? It felt like that. It also felt like the last hurrah for the current Switch before they announce new hardware. And what I mean by that is they dropped a ton of unexpected games for Nintendo fans. Right. And I thought that was really cool. Stuff that nobody knew was in the works showed up here. And of course, it was mostly Mario. But again, that's one of their biggest property, if not their biggest property still. I mean, Zelda's up there, obviously, but Mario is still Mario. They just had the movie 100%. Blow up. The movie, it did surpass $1 billion now, right?
Yeah. The movie is on fire.
Right. So. Why not, right? Why not have this type of showcase where you bring Mario in full force? And that's exactly what they did. And like I said, even as a non-Nintendo fan, as just a straight video game guy who still watches showcases, even if he's not interested in that company or that studio or whatever the case may be, because I want to see what everybody's getting hyped about. I enjoyed watching this direct at work. I really did. I was smiling because I knew Nintendo fans would be ultra happy about this stuff. And, you know, again, I played Mario back when I was a kid, obviously. So, I mean, I do have history with Mario. I do have a lot of history with Nintendo at the end of the day, and I respect what they do. And they brought it. I thought they did a great job with the show. So go ahead, Steele. I think I gave you the list there.
No, I don't have anything to say because I'm not excited. No, I'm playing. You end up sending me a list. I just pulled up the entire site.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go by whatever you got.
Yeah, I just got the entire site up here. So again, they showed off Super Mario Wonder. For those who are interested in that, 2D Mario. Looks cute. Playing some gameplay for that in the background right now for you guys. They also announced Super Mario RPG Remake.
That's super cool. Again, as somebody who didn't play it on the SNES at all, but I had friends who were obviously big Nintendo fans and RPG fans, and they just always talked it up. I watched them play a bunch of Super Mario RPG. This is definitely huge because people weren't expecting this one. People were hoping for it, wishing for it. The fact that they're doing a remake and it is a full remake, they from the ground up. I mean, this is almost this truly kind of classifies in that category because the graphics, everything are brought up to date. Now, up to date according to the Switch, which is already outdated, but we know that.
It is.
But it looks awesome. They did a nice job with Super Mario RPG, and I'm excited for everybody who loves that. So,
yeah, shout out to that. They also announced the Detective Pikachu 2 coming to Nintendo Switch.
And again, another one nobody was expecting. Crazy.
I don't like the way that Pikachu sounds. Just me,
bro. That's part of the game.
I don't like the way Pikachu sounds in this game. I don't like the voice. I don't like the voice actor.
Bro,
I feel like Ryan Reynolds would have just been better.
Bro, it's part of the game.
Hey, it's
part of the charm that people love, and he talks about coffee all the time.
Nice,
like, seriously.
Then you had Metal Gear Solid Volume 1 Master Collection coming in. Shout out to that.
Yep, confirmed for Xbox again. So good to know. And there is now rumors still that for all the naysayers out there who said that Metal Gear 4 would never be ported to anything, right? Even the emulators on PC, there's one good version of Metal Gear 4 because I've looked into it, would never go anywhere else, that it was locked to PS3. We got word this week, Steel, after the Direct, that they actually had a 360 version of it running and that there was no exclusivity deal with Sony at that time. that was an internal decision by Konami not to put it out because of the number of discs that would have to come out for the Xbox 360 and the cost associated with that. That's why that Metal Gear Solid 4 never came to Xbox. So they actually had a full version. So along with that news this week, there are rumors that in Volume 2, when they launch Volume 2, when Konami does that they are actually going to port over and get Metal Gear Solid 4 for Volume 2, which would be gigantic because there is a whole group of gamers that never got to play number 4 because it was locked to PS3. And I got to say, I played it. I still have a copy, actually, from PlayStation 3. Metal Gear Solid 4 is probably the weirdest of the bunch. It's probably got some of the most cinematic movies of the bunch. You're watching a movie at times. I think there's one cutscene in Metal Gear Solid 4 that is 40 minutes long, I want to say, somewhere in that neighborhood, if I remember. But it is probably my favorite Metal Gear out of all of them that I played. And I've touched all of them, all going back to NES. So if they pull this off, when that Volume 2 hits, it's going to be giant, Steel. It will be giant because there's a lot of people who have always wanted to play number 4 and never got to do it. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I thought it was cool.
I mean, you're saying that story is weird. I mean, I don't know if they can compare that to 5 in the weird story that was in there.
Oh yes, sir. Oh yes. If 4 comes and you ever have a chance to play it, Steel, literally you should, because yes, you want to have your mind scrambled like eggs on a Sunday morning.
Oh, I believe it.
Play it. It's like it's peak Kojima.
I believe
like peak Kojima on mushrooms. Like it's crazy. Some of the
stuff. If they went from 4 to 5 the way I can believe it.
Yes.
Anyway, because they are continuing stories, or at least they're supposed to be. Like overall, quote unquote.
Sure. Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of like YouTube videos that break all that down, and the different snakes that there are, and I was confused. I think the most recent snake that we got, I don't know who that snake is. I know he is a snake. He's just not the snake from before. I don't know. I thought he was cool
Snake
though.
Plissken.
Oh, okay. Bet.
From Escape from New York and LA.
Nice. Okay, perfect.
Shout out to Kurt Russell, by the way.
You
freaking fantastic game.
You're so stupid. But yeah, I mean, anyway, that is super interesting that they are bringing that over, and then if they do end up doing what you're talking about, bringing 4 over, that old school port that they had ready to go but never brought over, hope to see.
Yes, it would.
Leave it up to Nintendo to announce a toy at their show. Oh, well, it's not a toy. It comes with a scan. You can use your Switch and you get something in the game for it. Cheating.
Of course. Amiibos are freaking hot selling.
It's cheating.
Come on, man.
You're cheating.
Look at Boomstick's freaking collection. Jesus.
Boom, you're a cheater. Now you're paying for in-game
content.
You're pay to win, Boom. Pay to win. Anyway. So they got that. They got an amiibo coming. It looks cool. Not something that I would get because I don't need that shit. But there's that. WarioWare. For those who are into that, not excited about that either. Just me.
WarioWare with moving now. So like bro. Like only Nintendo, man. Only Nintendo will pull this out. Hey. Shout out to Jeff Grubb, though. Wario World is one of his favorites. So shout out to him. He got one of his favorite games coming back, but now he's got to actually dance and move and wiggle and
that's the fun part.
Yeah.
Then you also got a new Pikmin. How about that?
I like Pikmin. Actually, one of the Nintendo games I actually enjoyed. When my kid got the Wii back in the day, played Pikmin, and it was fun. I actually like those little plant guys. And this time around, you don't have to go back to your ship at night, Steel.
Oh, wow.
They actually have a night mode now.
Oh, wow.
So you can stay out and actually do stuff around, and the creatures change. They got the doggo. They got a bunch of different stuff to it. Pikmin's always been just kind of fun game for me. I enjoyed it back in the day.
Yeah, I've seen some people play Pikmin. Pikmin could be some fun. Not for me, but I've watched.
It brings me back to Lemmings. I used to play Lemmings way back in the day, and it's kind of like that same concept, having a bunch of little things following you around. I like that concept. It's kind of cool. Anyways.
Yeah, I never mentioned that. That's why I liked about Kingdom.
Yep.
The ride or whatever. I thought they were dope. And it ties into the story really well. Like something so ugly that ends up being so beautiful, but also ugly. Like great.
Yeah. Yes, Tim the Sorcerer. They should make an Escape from New York game. That would be freaking fantastic. Even in the 2020s, that would be dope. It would be so freaking amazing. My God. Can you imagine still having a time limit to finish the game to get out?
Oh, yeah, why not?
Oh, that'd bring back old school gaming, but in a modern way.
Right.
Oh man, that'd be cool as shit. Anyways, sorry.
Very good. They also announced that Pikmin 1 and 2 are going to come to the eShop, which they'll be out today if you're listening, or they would have been out already. So, also Pokemon Scarlet and Violet got their expansion. I probably won't be going back again. Wish Pokemon had a better representation for those games, a better place to play them graphically.
Yeah.
And the amount of time that Pokemon takes to play, unless I'm going to play with my daughters or something like that,
right.
There really wouldn't be any other reason at this point, unless they involve it. Kind of me right now. Again, it's coming to realization after also finishing the most Pokemon Violet, sorry. So there's that. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe adds a new course.
Games of service.
So there's
Nintendo's officially got them.
Mario Kart 8's been out for forever. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, the 3DS version of Luigi's Mansion, is coming through. It's not to be confused with, it's not the same as any of the other Luigi's Mansion. I mean, of course, it's the same concept, but it is a different game. I support Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion were good games. That's one of Nintendo's I'll definitely have to tip my cap to, because they're fun. Vampire Survivors is getting couch co-op. Also, Vampire Survivors also announced that they have full-on just 4-player co-op, so that's really dope to see. Wasn't expecting that to come in there. That might be something that I have to tickle and play with a little bit here and there.
Yeah, but coming to Switch too, that's gonna be huge. Shout out to Vampire
100%.
Survivors and the dev over there. What a man! Game Pass allowed him to do so much. Right, Ponicle. Ponicle over there do so much, and now he's putting it on the Switch. This is gonna be a big game on Switch, I think. Steel. Not every third party hits, not every indie hits over there because it is so Nintendo dominant. But I think this one on the go, this is like the perfect game. People are gonna fall in love with it over on the Switch too.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And the game was only $3, guys. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Well worth it. I hope so for that gentleman. Yeah. Then Dragon Quest Monsters, the Dark Prince was announced. Not really on my type of time, but shout out to the people who are into it. Sonic Superheroes got some more Superstars, excuse me. They got some new gameplay. That is Sonic Superstars I am interested in. Especially with this co-op play. I want to get that for me and the girls to really jump into.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have a good time with that one.
I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Looks good too.
It looks like it's gonna be a real good time.
Yep.
So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be one I want to get some gameplay for that couch co-op. It looks dope. Batman is coming, the Arkham trilogy. Shout out to that being able to be played on the Switch.
Shout out the brother from another Mav too, who said, "Why are they doing this instead of giving us a current day patch?"
Easy. I
know that's why I said easy money. Easy money, bro. Yeah.
The Arkham trilogy being able to be played on the Switch, that is
dope.
Super dope. That's going to be like top of the line, next generation graphics for them. So there is that. And again, if you guys haven't played, if you're a Switch owner, and you haven't played the Arkham series, I would definitely say drop through them. They're probably going to be 30 frames on the Switch, which is still going to be remarkable either way. But I think there's still going to be fun. There's going to be fun games to play on those consoles. Batman is not overly complicated game to play, so I can see a lot of fun being had on there, especially for like on the go stuff. That's really dope.
Yep. Correct.
Star Ocean: The Second Story R was announced there.
Yes. Real quick, Steel. This is an old school. This is one of the best, and I'm not being over the top here. For me, this is one of the greatest JRPGs ever created in the classic style. Star Ocean Second Story, I played so much back in the day. The fact that they are bringing this to Switch and PlayStation and skipping Xbox breaks my heart, but it's also coming to PC. when I get done with Starfield, this will be one of the games I do go out and get, right? And it'll probably be next year sometime, but I will be playing Star Ocean: The Second Story. If you've never played Star Ocean and you like the classic JRPGs, please do yourself a favor and get this game and jump into it. Star Ocean is one of the most underappreciated overall JRPGs out there now. What they've done with the series modern times, I still haven't played the last one that just dropped. Not as good, but that's because they don't put as much money into it. But back in the day when they were when Square was in its prime, Star Ocean was one of the key franchises, and it was one of their top franchises for a while there. This game is so damn good from that that old school JRPG aspect. I implore you, if you like these types of games, go play this one. It looks gorgeous. They've done that 2D, 3D thing that we saw with Octopath Traveler, and it works so well. Whoever came up with the way to remake these old JRPGs in this fashion style, I gotta send them all the love. Genius, and it just works so damn well. Looking forward to this one a lot. I was really excited to see this. Again, it breaks my heart it's not coming to Xbox, but I will be playing it on PC at some point. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Persona 5 Tactica got some new gameplay that was shown. Shout out to everybody who's into Persona 5 Tactica. That is going to be one that is coming to Xbox also. So shout out to that.
Yes. Coming to Game Pass. Day and date.
Yep, Game Pass also.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Shout out to everybody who's going to try that. I won't be trying it because I just don't have any interest.
I will be at some point.
Myth Force, brings a Saturday morning cartoon roguelike to the Switch.
It does.
It looks interesting.
It's coming everywhere.
I can see people.
It's coming everywhere too.
Oh, this is coming everywhere. Okay.
Yes.
I can see some people being into that. It has some interesting concepts behind it. I wish it was third person. I think that would have been dope. But for it to be a first person, it doesn't look like it's taking itself overly serious either. And if they hit those vibes right and they hit the loop pretty on point, I think it has some potential.
What's crazy, it's not even just the cutscenes that look like the 80s styles. See, when you get into gameplay, it retains it. It
consistent.
I'm telling you, if you like 80s cartoons, look at this game. It looks so damn freaking awesome, man. I can't wait.
Myth Force is interesting. Yeah. Mario plus Rabbids. You got Sparks of Hope. Got another DLC there.
Yeah, Yves admitted this week that they did not heed Nintendo's advice and launched Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope too early, that they should have waited for the next Nintendo console because it undersold compared to the first one. And Nintendo tried to warn Ubisoft. Nintendo, knowing their fan base as well as they do, said, don't launch this before we put out the new console. And Yves went ahead and launched it anyway, and it didn't sell the way he wanted it to. Shocking. So,
well, I mean, with that at least lets us know that there's something around the corner.
Yeah.
There's that. Yeah. So hey, what it is. Splatoon 3's next Splatfest is all about ice cream. So
there we go. Yep.
Dance the Night Away. Got a new trailer for Just Dance.
Great.
After that.
Awesome. Shout out to that.
You got Palia is a cozy free-to-play adventure sim that lets you create the life of your dreams.
Yeah, Palia.
If you want that on Switch.
Look interesting. Yeah.
You also had Penny's Big Breakaway in a new bright and colorful 3D platform. Got the Penny. I'm not familiar with her, but if you're into platforms,
there was some people excited on Twitter I saw for this one, so it must be a cool platformer. I watched the show, obviously, so it looked like a platformer. Looked really cool. So there we go.
Then you got Fae Farm for those into fairies and farms and
farm sims. Yep.
Your sim RPG. You see Silent Hope, see 7 wordless warriors working together to find a reclusive king. Again, it's a game called
action RPG game. Actually looked kind of cool. Looked interesting, to say the least. So,
okay. Well, I was gonna. Yeah, if you're into that, chibi characters.
Yeah,
action RPG like has some elements to it. Okay.
Sure, some farm sims. It's got a little bit of everything to it. Yeah, so why not?
Got some variety in there.
Hey, look at those cows. Cows are cute as shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you want. You also got Headbangers. It's a rhythm royale.
Oh, with pigeons.
Rhythm-based battle royale game.
With pigeons.
Yeah. And you can
It
customize
looked funny as hell. The animations on the pigeon was pretty funny. I was laughing.
Oh,
I was
okay.
kind of smiling through it. Yeah. So, but up against 29 other players, 30-person battle
Interesting.
royale.
I don't think Nintendo's network can hold on to that, so it's going to be extremely laggy. But
We'll see.
maybe they got rollback.
You don't need a smooth experience in rhythm-based games. Steel. Come on.
Okay.
Rated T for teen.
Then you had Gloomhaven that was shown.
Yes.
Out to the-
Turn-based RPG tactics style game based on a board tabletop game. So I'm looking forward to Gloomhaven. That's also coming to Xbox as well. So I'm looking forward to that down the road. Yep, 100%. Looks really cool.
Then you had Manic Mechanics. Is a 4-player co-op game all about repairing vehicles as fast as possible.
Yeah,
looks like it'd be a fun game.
Just like your cooking games and all those kind of games. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So looks kind of cool.
Then you had Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. That's going to be coming on to this with over 130 vehicles. Hot Wheels is fun. Hot Wheels is definitely a good game.
It's challenging as hell.
Yeah,
actually.
it
I was
is
shocked by how
like,
challenging. Like, I know it's just the AI, and they beefed up the AI and gave them bonuses, whatever.
Yeah.
You could tell it's one of those. The AI cheats.
It is.
But it does make for a challenging race, much more than I thought a Hot Wheels game ever would be. For sure, when I tried it on Game Pass, 100%.
Yeah, no, it's not an easy game to play. If you don't pick it up, you are going to get punished for it. Especially if you try to set an expectation for yourself, you're going to end up turning down probably some of the difficulty in it because they can get crazy. So Sly Crow says Gloomhaven was free on Epic Game Store back then. It's an interesting tactics.
Yes.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who's into Gloomhaven. I mean, that's gonna be your Nintendo showcase announcements again. I think the biggest thing to take away from that is that there's new hardware around the corner. Right at this point, there's been enough smoke about it. There's definitely been fire about it at this point. And when you get in as far as they have in their console generation, it'd be crazy to think that they're not going to try to again stoke that flame, add some additional fuel to it. And I do think it's going to probably be like a Switch 2 or Switch Pro, something of that nature. I don't think that they're going to make people, because of what happened last time, where they're going to make you reinvest into a whole new ecosystem. I do think they're going to end up charging you to bring a lot of your stuff over, though. However they end up doing it, it's going to be really interesting because one of the main things that I don't like about the Switch right now is that it's not versatile. They try to hold a lot of your data onto one device. You can't use it through multiple devices like how you can with Xbox. No matter what Xbox I sign into, because everything is attached to the cloud, it just pulls my save over and I continue to play. Nintendo's ecosystem isn't like that. And I hate that about that console. Because no matter what, if I'm using the Switch Lite or the regular Switch, it doesn't matter. In a game like why the fucking name just completely disappear? Because I don't play it. It's like it says Farmville. What's the name of that game, Pong? That they have?
Oh God, we do this every week because I don't.
Every time that we talk about it, man, it's literally always right there for me.
And it's It's one of their biggest games. God dang it, chat.
It's right on the edge. It's right on the edge of my tongue, chat. I don't know why I can never say it when it comes to this point. I want to call it Stardew Valley. I want to call it I want to call it No Man something. I want to call it. I want to call it everything else other than I want to call it Farmville. Like I want to call it everything else other than what the actual name of the game is. Lord Jesus Christ.
Come on, chat.
What is it? Why is it lost on me? Anyway, Slack Crow says, I'm interested in Aliens, the Dark Descent. Have you guys covered it? We haven't covered it. We do have Jasper, who's been playing it a little bit by bit in the background. He said the game is pretty good. It does have some performance issues and whatnot.
Animal Crossing, Steel.
Animal Crossing. Thank you. Good God. Good Lord. I don't know why I can never. Anyway, but yeah, we got Jasper just playing it in the background. Aliens Dark Descent. He said it's pretty good. He's enjoying it, but it does have some performance issues. mainly.
Yeah,
But
people
nothing
reported
bad.
on it. There was some bugs in there that people were having issues with, but overall, it's a good game. Jasper said it is definitely challenging for sure, because you do have to keep your squad healthy. If you lose a squad member, it's
Permadeath, right?
permadeath. And you also have to watch your stress levels, because if they get too stressed out, they won't perform in battle. You have to put them into healing mode. So there's a lot of that. And again, squad-based tactical shooter. I was gonna get this day one. Diablo 4 dropped, and I was really being honest with myself, because again, as a budget gamer, I gotta be conscious of
Yeah,
that. I can't buy everything, and
that
I was
game
like,
wouldn't be being played right now.
I'm getting it down the road for sure. Again,
Yeah.
I'm an aliens man through and through. I'm a tactics guy through and through. So I am definitely gonna be playing it. But yeah, Jasper said he was having a good time with it. There is just some little bugs here and there that are annoying, and a lot of the reviewers brought those up as well. But I believe they just put out their first patch on it. I haven't talked to Jasper about it to see if he's noticed a difference, but overall he has been enjoying that game. But definitely something I will be jumping into down the road for sure.
Yeah, which is definitely interesting. But the point that I wanted to make about Animal Crossing is that on the Switch and their ecosystem currently, talking about their hardware and whatnot, for a game like Animal Crossing, you can't even take that and carry it over. Like if somebody else signs into that Switch,
yes,
it completely locks it out to where only the main person, like that person will have access to the same exact island that the previous person did, and they can make changes that maybe the previous person didn't want to make. It's just really weird how they've taken the concept of taking something that's supposed to be fun and making it fucking a nuisance, and making it extremely limited and extremely it's really dark side-ish. Like they are literally the Sith. Like I thought Apple was bad, like with some of this shit, but Nintendo is literally the Sith of the gaming world. Like I really
respect
don't
the Emperor. Still,
no respect to the Emperor. They give you terrible networking. Your internet quality is trash. You have one of the best fighting games.
Sounds like a Mav rant. Oh,
it's just weird, man. It's so crazy to me. And the
hustle.
They love it. The economy loves it. The fans love it. They defend it. But just to get back to it, it's just so obvious that there's hardware that's coming around the corner.
Yes.
I don't know how else to kind of paint it out there. It's going to be interesting to see how they evolve it, right?
Yeah.
Whether it is a Switch 2 or not, I hope so. Yes. They make the device bigger. Maybe they give it 1440p.
There were rumors that they were working with Nvidia, right? And they were going to have DLSS on it. There's rumors of that out there still. So they are going to bring it more current. And hopefully it'll have better performance. And hopefully, shout out to Mav, and I agree with him that if it is a dockable handheld again,
it'll be $600.
That the dock works on big screens and actually the games look good. And again,
Upscale
if they're going with Nvidia and they're doing DLSS, that would definitely go a long ways, right, to help on the big screen. So for sure.
Yeah, they definitely will need to involve DLSS really heavily, especially with 3.0 being out there. There's so many ways that you can implement some things. Again, 1080 upscale to 4K with true AI upscaling. I think that would really benefit them a lot. But I do think that the next system is going to be at least $600.
Yeah,
brand new console. Sly Crow says 900p handheld is enough, more battery. Yeah, I mean that could be one of the ways that they get around that. The other thing too, Sly, is that on a screen like that, depending on how big they make it, if the OLED kind of becomes the standard size of that console moving forward, they could still go with a 720p screen and give you higher quality textures, and it would still look really good. But they would have to then scale it up to 720p scaled up to 4K, because at that point 4K is kind of the standard now for a lot of people's TVs. And if you have the hardware that is capable of upscaling to true 4K, to 4K, I think that you could get away, because Why So Serious said $600 is going to fail. At that price point, if you're able to guarantee that it can hit 4K or it's going to look really good. No parent's going to give a kid $600 tech, but at the same point, like, what was the price point for the Switch when it released? $400?
I don't remember.
I believe it was actually. Hold on, I want to actually find out. Which price these? The Switch price on release, they're saying here, 2017 was $299.
Right, it was 300. It's still the same to this day, right? So,
So if we use that with everything that they're with them trying to move forward,
400 max deal.
400 max.
Yeah.
I think what is the OLED right now?
Isn't it 350?
I think it's 340. Yeah, it's 349. If the OLED is 349 currently, and they're going to move the hardware forward, you think 400 is going to be the max?
Yeah.
Oh, you said 300. I think.
No, I said 400.
You said 400?
399. I think they come in at 399. Would I be absolutely flabbergasted?
399 with a 449 upgraded storage, maybe?
Maybe.
Because that's the other thing that you got to consider too. Are they going to go
go 600?
Are they going to go SSDs in this one? Or are they going to stay with the micro SD slot?
Micro SD slot. Come on now. We ain't going crazy here, Steel.
Because at that point, then it would definitely have to be $399 to $449 for the price tag.
Yeah.
$449 being the high version of it, maybe.
Right.
With an OLED screen.
Backwards compatibility is more the thing that I'm curious about. If they do
backwards compatibility, I think that's they're going to
be huge.
They're going to sell. Because that'll be the first time that they're doing it, and it would be an enticing point for people who have not already partaked. They'll get this new console, and you'll literally be able to just play everything, right? And have an entire life. I think that'll be really dope for them to do, if they do it that way.
Correct.
Again, I'm giving out $1 million ideas. We'll see if Nintendo ends up doing that.
They already know what they're doing. They're just going to rob their fan base again. So watch.
I just hope that they don't do another case of we're going to put out old hardware again, which they probably will It's going
to be way behind when it comes out. It'll be updated, but it'll be still behind current gen, right? Obviously,
got to make that money.
Yeah, they got to. So, but anyways, woo, that was a whole lot of Nintendo talk there, Steel. My God, I'm getting sweaty.
Yeah, you gotta mix it up in there. But for the people that are interested in Nintendo, and we don't get to talk about it often because it's not like they have big things that are always going on for them.
Yeah.
So it's dope to get that conversation in there. Again, respect Nintendo for the hustle. I do want them to see them
100%
grow and be competitive also.
Yep. Maybe they found out how to make batteries out of cardboard. Only them, Tim the Sorcerer, if that ever happens.
If they do that, they could probably solve world hunger too.
Jesus. All right.
All right.
And quick shout out to all the Metroid Prime fans who once again were disappointed. I'm in firm belief that the new Metroid Prime will launch with the new system. I think they've been holding that one. Nintendo is very good at holding that one. Now that we got new Mario games, right? We got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, obviously. They'll probably have an upgraded version of Tears of the Kingdom for you at launch, and they will have Metroid Prime and maybe a new Super Mario 3D game as well, because they have not done one of those in a while. Those are my 3 Prime candidates for being launched. Nintendo is fantastic with making sure they have big first-party games, at least one, normally multiple, at launch of a new system. So that's what I'm expecting when Metroid Prime will show up. I know a lot of people are waiting on that one, so would be really cool if it came out a new Star Fox game right out the gate.
I think that's something else that it has to be like right there on the precipice of happening. I don't see a Star Fox game being quite possible especially to have that same impact that the old one did, because having that experience on Nintendo 64 was just crazy. Like, well, I was like fucking in space and I can move around, and it was cool. Like, it was super dope. So to see that be iterated onto a Switch device, they could be waiting for some extra hardware to really. It could be that could be something that's in the tuck currently. Pong, I mean, where do you want to take it next? Let me go
to FTC, baby.
Let's go FTC. Go ahead and line up the conversation. FTC. Also have my headphones on. Let me go fix my daughter a bowl of cereal.
Yeah, go take care of your daughter. You got to go do that stuff, man. Chad, again, thank you all for hanging out with us today. It's been awesome so far, but let's get to the main event. The showdown to end all showdowns. Microsoft versus FTC. Again, we spoke about it a little bit behind the scenes. This week, if you've been living underneath the rock, this is where the FTC took Microsoft to court. Finally, they got it in the federal courts. This is what Microsoft wanted all along. They're trying to get a preliminary injunction against the acquisition of ABK. They had no choice because they believed that Microsoft was going to close over the top of them. And whether or not that was a ploy by Microsoft to have this happen or not, one way or the other, they got exactly what they wanted. They got it in front of the Honorable Judge Corley. She is the one who handled it in the District of California. She's the one who handled the gamers lawsuit against Microsoft and ABK. The one that she got, she basically shot down. They called it the gamers, the gamers. God, I've just lost my total train of thought. Anyways, they labeled it as a gamers lawsuit. That's what I was looking for. But in actuality, Sony was behind it. They were helping that lawsuit as well. But that got shot down. So she took over this case as well, which judges are allowed to do. She put in for this case because she already knew a lot about it. And she was granted the jurisdiction over this case. It's not a jury trial. Just giving you guys a little facts if you guys haven't been paying attention, because I know a lot of people don't care. It's not a jury trial. This is decided by the judge. So she came in with great knowledge on the situation already. So this week was opening arguments, of course, and then they rolled in to witness testimony, and it's already been massive. Right? It's already been not even a peek behind the curtain, but they actually ripped the curtain off to kind of expose a lot of what's been going on in this industry and behind the scenes between these companies. And that's why it's been so fascinating to me from the beginning. And this week, man, we had blockbusters, right? So this week on, Tuesday, was it Tuesday that started? I can't even remember now at this point. First rounds were we had Matt Booty, we had Pete Hines, we had Sarah Bond. We had another executive from Microsoft, which was closed doors because she was talking about specific numbers. I think she was one of the financial department executives for Microsoft. She was talking about specific numbers and stuff that isn't open to the public. We had a testimony from Jim Ryan, which was also closed to the public yesterday. So we don't get to know anything about what happened. Jim Ryan couldn't take the time to fly out to be live on the witness stand, even though he had all the time in the world to travel the entire globe and talk to all these regulatory bodies. He couldn't be bothered to show up at this one.
Oh, no.
Which was also very curious. So we've already had an all-star cast. We had Phil Spencer yesterday up on the stand, which was a long one for sure. They truly tried to get him.
Try to get him wrapped up in some things.
Yeah, they tried to get him wrapped up in some things that wasn't working out. So yeah, it's been one heck of a week. And just to guys give you a little update too, we'll get down with some of the quotes and some of the fireworks that happened. But next week, for anybody interested in this, next week is a huge lineup as well. And shout out to Post Up. Again, been doing the good work out here, really deep diving this whole thing from start to finish, along with Florian Mueller, Foss Patton's, Hogue, before, he had the unfortunate events that happened to him, and he's getting back to health, but he's been kind of out of it for a while now. But shout out to everybody doing this. But Post Up posted the list of witnesses for next week, and there's still some big ones. So plaintiff, which is the FTC, witnesses Phil Eisler, Nvidia VP and GM of GeoForce now, Jeff Fisher, Nvidia Senior VP of GeoForce, Dr. Robin Lee, Harvard University Economics is still going to be there. And then we've got Satya Nadella, of course, Microsoft CEO, is going to be there live on the stand. Tim Stewart, Microsoft CFO of gaming. Lori Wright, Microsoft Corporate VP. And then we've also got on the defendant side, and again, I'm not quite sure where the split was. I think Satya is on Microsoft. I think they're the Microsoft side of things. But anyway, doesn't matter. Defendant witnesses listed here: Liz Bailey. So this is going to be Microsoft's witnesses. Liz Bailey, Vice President, Charles River Associates. I don't know what she's doing. Then we got Dr. Dennis Carlton, University of Chicago Economics. Of course, that's going to be the battle over cloud gaming, about market share. That's why they're both the FTC and Microsoft are bringing in their own outside expert witnesses when it comes to that stuff. So on Microsoft's side, it's going to be Dr. Dennis Carlton. We got Amy Hood, Microsoft CFO, Bobby Kotick next week as well. Kotick and Satya are both on the same day on Tuesday. So that's going to be a big day. Activision CEO, of course, Steve Singer, Nintendo Senior VP Developer Relations is showing up for Microsoft. And Armin Zerza, Activision CFO. Those people will be all next week. And then what happens is they have closing arguments on Thursday. And then they have the written, formal, legal documents, the legal closing or the legal arguments based on actual case law. The judge has ordered those be delivered to her by Friday, I think at like 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or something like that. So then she will obviously take the weekend, and obviously there's 4th of July, so she'll be on vacation, I'm sure, during that time. Expecting there is no due date for her final ruling on this. But I'm expecting it by the end of that following week because she said she wanted this done quickly. So I would expect by the following Friday after the 4th of July weekend that we might have an answer. Now, could she take longer? She could take longer than that. But remember, the deal for Microsoft and Activision expires on July the 18th. And she's very conscious of that date. And I believe she wants to have her final decision done here before then, because if she rules against the FTC and does not give them the preliminary injunction, then Microsoft and ABK can close over the top of the FTC, and then things get really, really spicy at that point.
Hey, well, Jim Ryan in chat says it's FTC is going to close.
Oh, Jim's back in chat. We had Jim Ryan over at Xbox Ultimate. Good to see you, Jim. Nobody take Jim Ryan seriously, even if he starts going off. He was really funny in the Ultimate chat last night. So just keep that in mind. Whether this is, shout out to you, Jim. He's doing his workout here, man. He's done all the work with the regulatory bodies, and now he's showing up in chats, YouTube chats, on podcasts like ours to preach his good word. So shout out to Jim.
I love it.
So yeah, Steele, I kind of set it up here with the basics of some of the stuff, and now I sent you a ton from Tom Warren. Everybody was doing good work. Foss Patents was actually in the courtroom live tweeting. He had 2 days of 120 plus tweet threads going, covering it all. But Tom Warren did some summaries of some of the big moments in there, so I sent Steele a bunch of those. So Steele, I don't think we have to go in order here. This has been talked about to death this week as well. Obviously, this has been going on. So, feel free to skip around, pick out some of the ones that you saw. If you want to jump into the big explosive exclusive that was launched out the gate, if you want to talk about Jim Ryan's email that came up.
Yeah, I'll let you.
Shout out to you, Jim, by the way.
I'll let you guide me on this journey. But okay, I will start off with the Indiana Jones kind of conversation, because that is big news, right? Yes. And I heard you guys talking about it, how impactful Indiana be. It is he of that level of Spider-Man, of like IP and whatnot. And I have some probably not so favorable things to say, and hopefully some interesting talking points, right? So as far as the exclusivity goes, dope. I'm glad to see the Xbox grab their own cojones, get themselves together, and to decide to play hardball. Go back in and say, you know what? I know the contract said this, but whether it's due to recent findings or maybe you've just had enough and you want titles that help define your ecosystem, or maybe you just have enough faith in the product that you've seen it to the point to where you were like, well, it could be another Starfield situation, which we also found out recently that, PlayStation was lined up to get the exclusivity for Starfield. And somehow Xbox got the hint of the deal happening, and Phil apparently wasn't going to allow that to go through. Right now, we don't know how that deal ended up happening. Whether Phil was tipped off by, let's say, a Todd Howard or something.
Todd.
Example, I know Pong has been
friends.
kind of coughing for that, and they are good friends in the background, so that could be very well a possibility. Now, they're never going to admit to that.
Hell
Whatever.
no.
But nonetheless, that could be a prime reason of something that happened. And if that's the case, then it's dope to see them do this with Indiana. Now, again, I don't necessarily know if I have the faith behind Indiana Jones that some of our older audience might, or the people that really grew up with Indiana may. Right. I know that they say that the average gamer is over the age of 30 nowadays. But I'm not going to ignore the younger audience, because those are also the audience that's being spoken to as far as the new people who are going to come into the ecosystem and be investing going forward. I personally do not believe that Indiana Jones is as strong as an IP as people try to believe. I don't. Indiana Jones's time has came and it has went. The recent movie is getting shitted on, and I highly doubt that it's going to be that great, because the last movie wasn't that great. It's just in my personal belief. Now, I would like for it to be good, like the previous iteration of those movies were back in the day, right before the 2000s or early 2000s, even that. I don't see why people are putting the stock that they are putting into Indiana Jones, and why they even believe that it has any of the sachet.
Oh, I'll tell you why.
Again, Indy is the father of all of it. He is. I get it. But because of the games that we have gotten, what can Indiana do that is going to be new and drive a player base who are not going to get Uncharted anymore? I'll tell you. Tomb Raider currently is to the wayside, so there's no role to be fed there. And also, the new Tomb Raider has kind of fulfilled her role on what she was trying to accomplish as far as a character and her overarching, kind of story. So what can Indy do to really reinvigorate that? And another thing too, we don't know if it's going to be a first-person game, third-person game. I would assume it's going to be third-person. If they make it first-person, I think that's going to be another mishap to me personally, and not just because I tend to be jaded sometimes more so towards third-person games. But I don't see how a first-person Indy could be fun, right? Especially if you look at the previous examples and what is going to be easily compared to, because again, with Indy being the grandfather of it all, they all pull from the similar source material. So then to go in and use your own source material to try to build out this universe or this IP, I personally don't see currently, right? I don't think there's been enough of a break. But again, it could just be me being part of that younger audience who is like, yeah, I know who Indiana Jones is, but also being somewhat in touch with the younger generation. Maybe it's me being short-sighted in seeing how Indiana Jones could be made popular again. I don't see the interest. I don't think it's as important of an IP as other things may be. Even as far as if we going to say that, oh, well, this will prove that, it'll prove to Disney that Xbox can be given an IP and do something great with it. And it's like, I don't think that that's the case either. There's so many other heroes or so many other examples of characters that you could use that will make much greater of an impact than Indiana Jones would ever make. Now, Pong, you said you got some things to say. Right. And this is starting at the top of the head. Again, this is just my outlook on it. Again, fighting Nazis is cool and all. We've done that in Wolfenstein, right? Like there could be possibilities here. My biggest concern, though, again, is trying to bring a game that has had its children use all of its mechanics pretty much within it.
No.
and now you're using.
No.
Now you're trying to put that in your own system, in your own game. How do you think how do you think that they approach that, and how do you feel about Indiana being announced more so low key as an exclusive? Yeah,
I don't. Yeah. First of all, I don't remember Lara Croft or Uncharted using any whips ever. Still, so there is a mechanic that has not been used in those games. Listen. Overall, exclusivity, I could care less.
Whips overrated.
No, they're not.
That's
not
in
Indy's hand. They're not. Not on Indy's hand. They're not. Anyways, here we go. This is where our generations shine. I love this. So as far as exclusivity goes, I don't care. It was a burning question. I know some people claim, "Oh, we knew all along it was going to be exclusive." Listen, there was still honest to goodness questions that weren't answered up to this point. Number one, whether or not Disney would renegotiate that contract and agree to exclusivity. Now, people have pointed out, I believe it was Calorie last night pointed out in the Ultimate Chat, that obviously the contract would be renegotiated because of Game Pass, and Xbox would want it on Game Pass day and date, right? So there would be some renegotiation. But again, this is Disney. They don't have to do that.
Right.
And, just because they gave exclusivity for Marvel IP to Sony for Wolverine and Spider-Man doesn't mean that would necessarily translate over to Indiana Jones one for one, because Indiana Jones isn't that big a game or big an IP as those are, right? Generally speaking, yes, everybody, even the younger generations, have heard the name Indiana Jones, but does it have the comic book appeal of Spider-Man and Wolverine? Hell no. Spider-man, we know, is one of the biggest freaking characters in the world.
That's something completely different. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
No. It's not. But again, that question still lingered. So the fact that we got that answer in court, this is not the way this is not the way Xbox would have wanted this announced, right? If they had their choice, which is why I'm kind of surprised we didn't have an Indiana Jones teaser and exclusivity announcement at their showcase. I'm really kind of shocked now that I think about this, because they had to know this was going to come up in the courts. They had to know that the potential was there as one of the known games that it was going to be asked by the FTC about the exclusivity on, right? So I'm still kind of shocked about that they didn't control how this was announced. But anyways, it happened. Exclusivity doesn't matter to me as long as it's coming to Game Pass day and date. For me, that's fine. I don't care. I know there's a lot of people, Xbox fans, obviously the console warriors, that use the exclusivity to brag and say, hey, we got something that you don't got. Fine, whatever. It's been going on forever. I also have talked about the importance of exclusives to an ecosystem, because it does create an identity for your platform. What exclusivity you do have still has the power. We've seen it time and time again. Again, look at Nintendo, look at Sony, to create that identity. Xbox's identity forever was Halo, Gears, and Forza, because those were the exclusives that everybody knew. So they are still vital. And again, Phil answered this question in court this week, because he was asked about the Indiana Jones deal being renegotiated with Disney, and he took the opportunity. This was another big moment. Phil didn't just answer from the Xbox side of things per se. He said, well, because the FTC was trying to get a gotcha moment with see, you went and renegotiated with Disney. Indiana Jones is going to be a multi-platform game. You went ahead and made it exclusive by renegotiating the contract, even though there was already a contract in place. Phil took that opportunity to go, well, Sony does have Spider-Man, which is a Disney property, Marvel property, and they have that as exclusive. We needed our own exclusives as well, so I decided to make Indiana Jones exclusive. Great moment for Phil, bringing up the fact that Sony already does this. Because again, the FTC is so ignorant about this entire industry. Anyways, we'll get into that. So for me, it was crazy that it came out this way. As far as it being exclusive for me personally, don't care. But again, business side, Xbox side, good. It's a win for them. Now, Steele, to your point about whether or not Indiana Jones can be impactful, or is that big a deal? Couple things here. I understand your perspective as a younger generation, as somebody who didn't necessarily grow up in the prime of Indiana Jones, and what it means to you is lesser than what it is to me. I fully acknowledge all of that when it comes to my nostalgia factor. I am biased when it comes to things. I'm not going to sit here and say that getting Indiana Jones is like getting Spider-Man. No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that. I know better than that.
It's the same breadth at all.
Right, it's not. But could Indiana Jones be impactful? Yes, it can be, because Steel, the reason why we have Tomb Raiders and Uncharted is because those types of adventure games are ultra popular. Okay. Time and time again, Tomb Raider and Uncharted both showed up and sold extremely well because the sense of adventure in those games are captured perfectly. Right? On top of having likable main characters and fantastic stories for the most part. Not every Tomb Raider hit, but I would say, and not every Uncharted did. But again, they both had really, really good script writing, and they were fun to play. Indiana Jones can recapture that. And to your point, we haven't had a Tomb Raider or an Uncharted for a while now. People still like to play those types of games. And people aren't going to ignore this game if they do it the right way. And I, number two, have the utmost faith in Machine Games. Machine Games has created really awesome games. Wolfenstein, again, what they did with Wolfenstein when they took over was nothing short of spectacular. They kept the feel of the old games, brought it up to date in modern times, created fun stories, created fun, just action movie based type game, right? Really, really fun. I have the utmost faith in Machine Games that they can do this. Number two, this is a Todd Howard led game. Okay. This is another game that Todd has wanted to make for a very long time. He originally pitched this about, I think it was, he said 8 to 10 years ago, I want to say. He originally pitched this, and then it just didn't work out. So this is another one of his babies that he's had a dream of because he loves Indiana Jones. He is going to be more hands-on than he was. Yes, I know he put his name on Fallout 76. I understand that, right? I do. I get that. But he wasn't really hands-on with Fallout 76 as much as he's going to be with Indiana Jones. He's launching Starfield. He is also now going to be focused on Elder Scrolls 6 coming up as they get to work on that, and obviously supporting Starfield. But I believe he's going to put time into Indiana Jones. So those two things combined with Machine Games and Todd Howard, I believe that they can create a compelling Indiana Jones story that we haven't gotten from the movies in a long time as well, Steel. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that, if they do this right, will be extremely excited to play Indiana Jones. And once you get that main fan base, even if it is the older generation, hyped for Indiana Jones, the word will start to spread. If they come out and they nail it, and it's a new action adventure game that takes Indy on crazy adventures, just like he does in the movies, and you give him the whip. And yes, still, I do agree that if they make it first person, it will take a little bit of shine off, because I want to see Indy on screen. Okay, I want to see my Indiana Jones on screen. I want to see the hat. I want to see the classic jacket, the whip. I want to see it all. I want to see Indy. But if they do nail this, Steel, I think that a lot of people will start hearing about this game, even if they're not Indiana Jones fans, just from the standpoint that, no, hey, you like Tomb Raider? You like Uncharted? Hell yeah, you got to go check out this Indiana Jones game, right? I think that's where it will get to. So I do believe that this could be impactful. Again, not the level of Spider-Man, okay? I'm not going that far here. But I'm saying it's a good get for Xbox overall. And I really think that this could be a selling point for Game Pass, not to millions of people, okay? Not to Starfield level, okay? Nothing like that. But it's going to be a fantastic addition, because Xbox themselves, we know Phil Spencer has wanted a Tomb Raider-esque game forever. Look, he went against his philosophy and went and got Tomb Raider exclusivity. Even though he got crucified for it, he did that at one point, basically paid for almost the entire game, according to some people, even though it was going to be timed exclusive, and he couldn't even enjoy that moment because the media wouldn't let him, and they forced them to admit that it was going to be a timed exclusive, Crystal Dynamics, that it wasn't going to be just an Xbox exclusive, so he couldn't even enjoy that moment. He's wanted this style of game forever. again, I think this shows it that he went out and got this IP, going against his natural philosophy of not doing exclusivity with IP he does not own, right? So I think that shows enough there. I really think, Steele, that Indiana Jones could surprise and shock some people, including yourself. And I think it could come out and be a good thing. Again, not the same levels as some IP, but overall, this was a move by Xbox that I'm happy they made. So,
I mean, the biggest thing for me is that I know I do want it to be impactful, and I do want it to be a good game, and I'm not going to sit here and deny the Machine Games and their talent and everything, and I'm just going to sit here and think that the game is going to be trash. I'm definitely not saying that. The main thing for me
I didn't
is
think
just,
it that way for you.
I know, but there's going to be other people who may, and I just want to give that just give that addition to it. For me, if there are going to be generational differences, and I know that the game is going to possibly be good, but you have to take that classic IP and turn it into something that's going to be enjoyable for a new audience. Because right now it's kind of one of those situations where we have kind of seen it all, done it all, and what can Indy do that's different other than bring those original stories more so to life. And again, he does have the advantage of being the grandfather of it all again, and leading that charge and making those stories interesting, and the quips and, the overall talent that he has, especially if it's a young Indy. There is a lot that they could do. He can make, Nathan Drake look like a little boy. He can make Tomb Raider look like a child. You know what I mean? No, technically she kind of is, although she grows into herself. But that could definitely be the case. And again, I do think it's a strong point for Xbox to get some form of exclusives anyway, because again, like we've said here multiple times, and although my thoughts on it are kind of wide ranging, exclusives do matter, right? You need an identity for your console. Indiana Jones will be part of that. To have something like that, to be able to bring and breathe life back into that IP. Because again, I think where Indiana Jones is messed up as far as an IP overall is not replacing Harrison Ford sooner. Keeping old man Indiana. And it's just like, that just doesn't work. These older movies were great. Like, at what point do you say, all right, well, this is your final hoorah. Enough is enough. We have to move this IP forward. They've done it with Tomb Raider time and time. They've done it with, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's other movies and other IPs that they do this with. They haven't done it with this one. It's kind of like Halo. It's like, why haven't you done more with the IP? We could be we could be having a completely different conversation right now, and Halo Infinite shortcomings could be kind of looked over because you have all these other things that help build up that foundation for your IP, and you don't have that now, which is my worry for indie overall. But it was dope hearing it in this happenstance, because again, we typically you make this point all the time, Pong, in an industry that tries to be secretive and things that are going on behind the scenes. It's cool when you get these little tidbits and you can pull them out for conversation.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, it wasn't the way I'm sure Xbox planned it. That's why, like I said, I can't believe they just didn't do like a teaser. I know they already teased us, but just give us a screenshot of Indiana Jones and how he looks right now, and say coming exclusively to Xbox, like during your showcase. That would have been a big moment. It was stolen, and there's no way the attorneys didn't know that this was going to be brought up. There's just no way that they didn't, because they were prepared for everything in this. So it was just curious how this came up. Pete Hines, of course, had to be on the stand and had to admit that that's exactly what was going on. So that was a big moment in the trial for sure, Steele. 100%.
1000%. There was also something else in the trial here. I'm trying to get up. Where got how exactly this came up, but they were talking about the cloud and everything, and Nvidia got pulled into the conversation. And Matt Booty, there was a statement that was pulled from him saying that
emails. It was his 2019 emails.
Okay. 2019 emails. That because that's what it was, because they brought Matt Booty on trial because of some emails that happened previously. That was 2019, where they basically essentially even before. But anyway, well, basically there were some emails that were saying that Xbox was trying to kill their competition. They were trying to get rid of PlayStation, essentially. And so that stuff was kind of getting pulled into question. And some additional things got brought up as far as like how cloud is working with GeForce Now and whatnot. And something came up to where it was like, well, why doesn't GeForce Now have your like your games or whatever now? And essentially what it came down to was that GeForce was putting Xbox's games in their ecosystem for people to have access to without Xbox's permission.
Correct. And it wasn't just Xbox, it was a lot of companies that pulled their games, right? So because GeForce was doing that early on with no licensing rights.
Right. Which isn't okay. At the end of the day. Yeah, like so of course, he's going to have a problem with that. But he says in this example, this is from Tom Warren, says no effing way was the reaction from Xbox's Matt Booty.
Common collected booty. I love it, man. Like I said, I've always wanted to be a fly in the room when these guys are actually, when Phil's upset or when Booty's upset, because they're so cool, calm, and collected in interviews. And like, neither one of them really swears anywhere. Like you just don't hear about it. We know Phil doesn't even like it really.
Right.
I just love to see him in real life, like behind the scenes when they're in these closed rooms. And this is just funny that Booty put this in an email. He couldn't say fucking, but he just puts no effing way. He's pissed at that point, right? So it's funny.
No effing way was the reaction from Xbox's Matt Booty to Nvidia putting Microsoft games on GeForce Now. Microsoft's 2019 strategy was not putting our first-party IP on competing or streaming platforms or competing subscription services. And again, of course, it is, right?
Right.
Who made the Guardians of the Galaxy game again on the phone and not want to quit the app? And then I can tell you exactly. So bad with some far as coming up with dev names off rip. That is done by Eidos Montreal using the Dawn engine. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy was also really. Anyway, so that was another interesting point, seeing that get put up there again. Microsoft is letting you know, like, hey, like we're still out here trying to compete. It's not just cool for people to just kind of use our stuff for however they use them. We're trying to kind of create a standard for all these different things. And Tim, yes, Adios Montreal. Let's see.
Yeah, can you imagine those, Steel? Like this is I'm going to bring this up a lot because this is again the FTC not understanding what they're trying to fight against. Like they have no clue, Steel, as to all this stuff. Again, these were gotcha moments. That's all the FTC tried to do through these 2 days of witness testimony was gotcha moments. They literally, that's all they had. They were throwing things up against the wall, trying to see what would stick. That's when you know you have a weak case. Hogue pointed this out too. Like if you don't have something solid that you can dig into and you're just hoping that a witness screws up, right? And you then have something to go after, you have no case. And that's the thing that's been said from the beginning by not just us talking heads on podcasts and armchair attorneys and whatever other things you want to say about the people talking about this case right now. It was by all the experts, from the attorneys out there, from the economic analysts, from everybody who does this for a living in some capacity. It was almost universal. Of course, there's always going to be outliers, but almost universally, everybody said the FTC's got nothing. Why are they pushing this? This is a waste of time and taxpayer dollars. Like they get, again, according to the rules, as the way they are written, the laws are written clearly, black and white in the United States about mergers and acquisitions and about what it means to become a monopoly.
Right.
And again, the FTC is trying to change those rules and laws without going through legislation. And they're not allowed to do that. And the federal courts aren't going to allow it. They've never done that. So again, that's why everybody was on this board. But again, these moments that we're bringing up really show the FTC was grabbing at straws, hoping that they found one. And they found nothing, Steel. So anyways, continue.
No, I mean, I was trying to see which next part we wanted to get into as far as that goes. Let's see. Where I mean, where do you want to take it from there, Pong? I mean, as far as the conversation goes.
So, I mean, let's stay on Booty here for a minute too, right? Because also in the emails, they were trying to corner him on the cloud and subscription services, right? And Booty made it clear. Booty made it clear they were talking about exclusivity and content and buying up content. And their thought process back in 2019, when they started ramping up Game Pass, that content was going to be king. Now, you've heard us talk about it here. To a degree, that's still true, right? That content does determine a lot of things. But Booty explained on the stand that because he had a quote, Netflix lost money for years chewing through startup funding. But I think the idea is to create a moat that nobody else can attack. Those were his quotes. And you guys have heard, if you listen to us talk enough, me specifically, I know I've made that statement long prior to, Booty saying it here, that I believe Xbox is trying to do by acquiring things, and this was throughout this entire trial so far, that Phil has mentioned this, everybody's mentioned this, that they're in the position where they have literally little power in this industry outside of acquisition power, that because they are so far behind, and again, it was stated yesterday that they've lost the console war. Phil made that, I think it was Phil that made that statement. They've lost the console war. That because of that situation, they are on the outside looking in when it comes to a lot of the games. Sony can get exclusive rights and marketing rights very easily because of their power, whereas Xbox has to fight for every inch. And so they're acquiring content to create this moat, as Booty said, or as I said, insulate themselves as well from the rest of the industry. So no matter what Sony's doing and buying exclusivity, or buying marketing rights, or publisher like Activision, Sarah Bond brought up the story where Bobby Kotick made them cut a deal for less revenue because Bobby Kotick came to Xbox and flat out said, "We don't need you. Call of Duty will not be on your new system." He was talking about the Xbox Series consoles unless you guys take less of a cut. That's the position that Xbox is in. So they're acquiring things to make sure that no matter what anybody else decides, whether it's Sony to buy up exclusivity, marketing rights, whatever, or whether it's a publisher like an Activision saying, "Hey, you guys are kind of small fries. Like, take a lesser cut, or we're not going to put the games on your system." They don't have to worry about that when they acquire enough studios and enough publishers. They'll be able to make their own content and they won't have to deal with that nonsense. That was kind of the theme. So when Booty was talking about this, they were talking about this, and the FTC was trying to get him in a gotcha moment, like, "Oh, well, you're trying to close down the market," because Booty's emails indicated that if they acquired enough, that nobody would be able to catch up, right? That Amazon Luna would not be able to catch up, right? And they were trying to corner him on this. And he said, "Well, listen," he said, "back then we thought content was king." He goes, "As we've gotten into the subscription service, we've realized that there's more to it than that. Yep. That content isn't going to be the overriding factor." He said, perfect example, you bring up Netflix. He said everybody thought Netflix was so far ahead that nobody will catch up. He said, "Well, look at Disney Plus." He goes, "Disney Plus came out, and out the gate,
in a year,
caught up to Netflix. In a year, caught up to Netflix." He goes, "We're in the same position in gaming subscriptions. This is not a settled, all of a sudden deal where Microsoft has Game Pass. Nobody else is going to be able to compete another gaming service like it, and so they automatically win." He goes, that changed our mind when we started seeing the actuality, the facts, the numbers, that wasn't going to be the position. So he goes, "Back then when I said that," he goes, "Yeah, I believe that." He goes, "But now we don't believe that anymore. That's not our strategy anymore, right? We're here to grow things. We're here to grow the industry overall." So that was another interesting moment with Booty as well, where again, the FTC tried to lock them down, but again, they've been well coached. All these witnesses are always coached by their attorneys, and obviously Microsoft's got some of the best in the entire world when it comes to attorneys. Booty was able to explain away what he was talking about in 2019, and he slipped right out of the FTC's grasp, and the FTC was basically like, "Okay, next question." Like that's what they were doing a lot during this entire thing. So right. I thought that one was interesting as well.
I think one of the other points too that you kind of touched on during that conversation, but it was more so touched on when Sarah Bond was brought up,
Yes.
when they got into conversation about that split, about talking about Call of Duty and whatnot.
80-20.
That 80-20 split that they had to
the
end up
FTC
settling for.
attorneys let that slip, by the way. That
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be brought up.
Yeah, which is also crazy to think about. But I feel like even as a slip, whether it was intentional or not, I feel like it brings up a good point, and it's something that I've always mentioned, and it's something that even if you go watch the Xbox On documentary, this is something I was talking to Pong about in the background. If you go watch the documentary, I think that gives you a better perspective on what was going on behind the scenes, right? And I know that like some people might write that off and be like, oh, well, that's just tailored to look a certain way, and I'm a conspiracy theorist, and Xbox just put that out there to make them look a certain way, and you shouldn't believe that, and why you shouldn't believe these companies and what they put out there. It's all a lie and a facade. Okay, cool. But I'm also somebody who cares about this industry, and I can only go based off of what I have experienced in reality. And the things that I've heard that were also based in reality, right? Again, I'm not in the industry, so I don't know the truth from the rights from the wrong. But according to from the Xbox On documentary that was done, Xbox and Microsoft were individual identities, and again, we got additional information again. From this court proceedings that Microsoft still treats Xbox as its own identity, right? They're still separate from each other. Yes, Xbox may be a pillar of Microsoft now, but
Phil confirmed it, separate business, right?
But it is a separate business complete, right?
Yep.
In the Xbox On documentary, you got some of those behind the scenes of the Windows team being separate from the Xbox team, them not wanting to work in tandem with each other, which is just crazy to me to think about. It's like all of you work for the same company. You want everything to be great, or to come up with ways to make other subsystems great or other products great. And you have these guys are like, nah, we do Windows, your Xbox gaming bullshit. I'm not worried about that right now. Like, can you get Office on that box? No, then I'm not about to do anything for you.
Right.
And to see how like Halo even came into play. Halo was one of Xbox's like Hail Marys when they got that first console out. Right. And there was a lot of people whose doors that they knocked on because Xbox was newer to the hardware space and is still seen in this way, unfortunately, that because they've been newer, because they've been kind of unproven outside of, and also your monopolistic tendencies when Bill was around and his hard-hitting ways and making sure that Windows is like literally everywhere and you were forced into it, made it difficult, but also made it kind of understanding of why people didn't want to work with Microsoft, right? It's not just, it's one thing for people to be, for you to say, oh, well, Xbox just needs to do better. They needed to do better. They should have done better. And it's another thing when Xbox is trying to do those things and they get the doors closed in their face because there's already a fan base that has hardware dealing with a company that has been reliable on that front, right? Has developed things, has made it known that was their purpose, right? And that's always been their purpose, to be in the hand of the consumer, right? To be your main focal point. Sony as a brand, the TVs, the speakers, the head units, the everything to the console, it had to be Sony. So you were already working against the negatives, and now when you get this information that, oh, well, even in IP like Call of Duty, Activision, even with all the things that they're going through, can look at Xbox and say, Bill, I don't need you. It's very telling. And people just expect Xbox, they just need to spend more money, or they just need to do these things. And it's just like, spending money is cool and all, but not everybody is won over by money. Especially when you're in that type of business, there's only so much that money's going to carry for you, right? People still have to have faith in the things that are happening behind the scenes, which Microsoft as a company is still dealing with other outside forces that, as much as they have been on the top 100 for places to work and all these other great things, because of them being such a big company, conspiracy theories, and all these other underlying things that are happening underneath the veil, I should say, it puts people aback. And because of Game Pass, in my belief at least, I think Game Pass has given people, other publishers, other developers, a different way to look at how the gaming industry can move forward. You're getting devs that are coming out and saying, hey, well, we're Game Pass has given me an option to have more players on my game than ever before, and we're getting more access, and more people are trying games than they've ever before. More people are investing in games than they've ever before because of these A, B, and C things. So now you have different variables at play, right? You had to change that game up. But it's just so interesting to me that a lot of people skipped over that entire point, that whole 80-20 point. And people would say, oh, well, what's 10%? Well, 10% is a lot if you're in competition with somebody. And if the only competition you have, again, if you're going to remove Nintendo out of that picture, as Microsoft and Sony conveniently do all the time, and also the governing bodies have conveniently done for this situation, if your true only competitor is Xbox, PlayStation, Xbox, then at that point, are we like, I feel like we're arguing about semantics, right? Because how do you not see that it's unfair? That just because somebody has money, that's not the solution to all their problems. You still got to get people invested in the ecosystem, which is why Phil also came out previous in an interview and said, hey, well, and people running with it, Xbox already conceded the console side of things. And again, if that's what you pull from it, great. I more so feel like it's just Microsoft and Xbox acknowledging that Sony's brand power, Sony's hardware, knowing it's like Apple and it's like Samsung acknowledging Apple. And they're going to acknowledge that people love Apple phones. They're not going to stop making Apple phones. I mean, they're not going to stop making Galaxy phones, though, because they're the number one competition for them. And they still have a base, and they also have Android behind them to help, prop them up and give them more of a base to speak to versus their competition. At the end of the day, that was the entire point of this whole scenario. And if a situation like Activision being able to say, tell Microsoft no, doesn't open your eyes a little bit to what's been happening behind the scenes for years. Again, this is just one example. If you think about how business is handled in Eastern culture, especially in Japan, especially in Asian culture, and especially in the Asian culture overall, and how they treat those things, they don't care about being cutthroat, because at the end of the day, it's about business. It's about turning profit. It's about having a brand that you could tie a name to and there's a respect there. People know who you are. They recognize you, and they will do everything to speak positively about what you got going on. That's a big thing for them. So to think that they didn't talk to all these different publishers and say, hey, don't cut deals with Xbox, or because they have a wider user base, is asinine to me. And people are treating this, still after what we've seen today, are talking about this like, oh man, the FTC really cut Xbox up. They really finessed and finagled Xbox. And oh man, the FTC's really got Xbox jumping through hoops. And it's like, what did you either watch or hear about? That's not what I saw. What I saw was more evidence to prove to my point that I've made here previously, and that we've both made here, is that this entire thing is completely nonsense. Outside of, hey, you're spending a lot of money. Let's see what you're really spending that money on. Let's make sure that you're doing the right things, and then letting it go from there. And instead, we're coming up with excuses. We're creating markets that literally have no backing to them. You were creating markets that, again, on stand, even Sarah Bond clarified that that's not where the majority of our players play. This is something that people use to try out games. It's not a main facet. Again, what Xbox has mentioned is an additional accessibility point. It's not the mainstay, and it won't be until our own governments changes the internet infrastructure that we currently have. Just moving over to to 6G isn't going to fix everything all of a sudden. If the standard 10 years ago was 25 megs down for download speeds for internet, the standard now across the country is about 40. We have gigabit speeds, ladies and gentlemen. And you're telling me there's people that are averaging 40 megs? We have a long way to go. And if that, it's like, how does a governing body, a system of people who are getting paid an exorbitant amount of money, who use their own taxpayers' dollars to try to hammer out these court proceedings and these deals and making sure that everything is fair for us. How do these people want to buck the system and fight the system so hard that they fail to do even the bare minimum research and are still, they're still somehow impossibly have a chance of blocking the deal? It's crazy to me, but it's the reality of the situation. And again, I think the most recent evidence that we've gotten up to this point from the things that we've heard this week, and again, we'll get more next week, I feel like there's just being more fuel added to the flame, man. Especially working in the favor of what Xbox is trying to accomplish. Mm-hmm. Again, not everything is perfect, but your focal points aren't really the subject matter. And that's disturbing to me. And to see this continue to play out the way that it is also really weird. But again, that's just kind of my perspective on it. I still think I got faith that the deal is going to go through. This hasn't swayed me on that opinion. And if it doesn't go through, there is going to be definitely a bigger question to be had there on, damn, well, what is allowed, what can be possible, and how is Microsoft and Xbox going to turn that and still do something that's going to be profitable not only for themselves but also benefit their consumers. So I mean that's kind of my aspect, and something else interesting that I pulled out of that FTC argument. Stubbs says, "Yep, I really don't know what's going on. LOL. I hope you both have a great show. Drop the like." Hey, I appreciate your Stubbs. I guess you were talking about the FTC and whatnot.
Yeah. He's no longer following it still.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So good on Stubbs, because Stubbs was very passionate about this stuff. So good on you, Stubbs. If you took yourself out of it, that's awesome for you, brother, for sure, 100%.
It's a part of the industry, so we're gonna speak on it. Again, I'm not the most knowledgeable person about the whole entire situation either, but that's why I take that ECP, right, the educated consumer perspective. I would suggest for anybody else to do the same. I don't think it should limit your conversation, and I don't think that you shouldn't talk about it, right? If you genuinely don't have interest in it, then tune out. And I don't think that anybody else should also be like, oh, why are you guys talking about it? If you don't want to listen to me talk about it, you don't think we're bringing up interesting points, I should say you come holler at me and tell me why I'm not bringing interesting points up, or tell me we can have a conversation about why you're not interested in it. And if we can either agree or disagree, and we can move on. And I can just say we're not of the same mindset when it comes to this industry, right? Maybe I care a little bit more than you do. Yeah, that's fine. I can have, people can have lives and still care about, and still have cares about things, outside of their lives, right? They call it a hobby, they call it a passion for a reason. Right.
100%.
And again, I'll argue with anybody that tries to say games is a waste of time versus any other hobby that's out there in existence. Like, right. You could literally be doing anything else in the world right now. If you choose to be a gamer, great. As long as you're taking care of all the important things behind the scenes, that's all that matters to me. And as long as you're not a shitty person either. But nonetheless. But that's overall my feelings about what's going on, at least with the FTC, the court proceedings, and what Xbox has got rolling right now. but don't have much more to add to that conversation, Pong. Was there anything additional that you wanted to bring in?
Oh yeah, there's a lot, man. Yeah, there's a lot. So let's continue on. Let's continue on Bond, Sarah Bond here, because she did an immaculate job up there on the first day, and really was praised by everybody who was listening to her. In the way that she spoke and broke it down for the judge to understand. She brought it down to a more common level when she was talking about this stuff. But one more interesting thing she did bring up outside of the 80-20 split with Call of Duty, which was a big moment, showing, Microsoft's position in this industry and how fragile it can actually be. Because can you imagine the series console starting a generation off without Call of Duty showing up on them? Can you imagine that? So they had to take an 80-20 split versus the normal 70-30 split, which was given to Sony, right? So 10% less out of the money that's generated by a Call of Duty is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah. So anyway, she went on to talk about the cloud too, because the FTC tried to have another gotcha moment. Again, this is throughout this entire process here. This is all the FTC is trying to do. So they were trying to discuss the cloud from the terms of, because the FTC's position is that they have such a dominant position in this nascent market that nobody's going to be able to catch up, because of course they've got Microsoft and they've got the Azure servers, they've got all the internal resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they tried to nail Sarah Bond with this and said, well, your cloud, you got the cloud, and she broke down the cloud for everybody and how it works. And they said, well, the cloud runs on Azure servers. And Sarah Bond's like, no, it doesn't. And the FTC lawyer was confused. Yeah. And he's, please explain. Please explain. And she's like, well, no, it runs off of Xbox. Series X, right? It runs off our Xboxes. Yep. It runs off Series X hardware. Mm-hmm. And so then she went on to elaborate, and she said that hardware costs us money. Yep. Those are consoles that that's hardware we have to pay for. That's how our cloud works. And then she went on even more to say, now that we understand people's usage, because she's like, we've been collecting a ton of data on cloud usage. And she goes, now that we've been collecting all this data, quote, it's a feature and a delivery mechanism. Most of our usage is on console, said Bond. She said that actually costs them, she goes, we've continued to get more data about the success and popularity of xCloud. We've gotten more clear on the costs related to it, and we have signed partnerships with others provided those services. We get revenue from it, but when we look at all the numbers, the revenue we get per minute per hour from that is lower than the cost we get per minute per hour of that. So what she's saying there is, every time somebody uses the cloud, it's actually costing them money at the end of the day.
Business.
It's costing them money. And she also said that they found out that it's not used to play games for the most part. It's used as either trying a game out before purchasing or downloading it, or it's actually used while people are downloading the game in the background. And Judge Corley asked her to explain, well, how long can it take to download a game? And Sarah Bond, sometimes more than 2 hours.
Yeah, if you're not playing again.
Right. So again, another moment where Sarah Bond came through and the FTC thought they were going to get something, and they had nothing. They had nothing there whatsoever. So I thought that was another interesting moment as well, Steel. Cloud costing them more money than it actually is producing.
I kind of figured that. You know what I'm saying? At least for me, especially when we heard those previous rumblings of them not using AWS. I mean, again, of course, us being more informed, are going to be familiar with that. But for those who aren't, like, guys, I mean, yeah, that's the reality of Xbox. They're using their own hardware to supply that service to us, at least currently. And that's another facet that's crazy to think about, right? Because who else is willing to invest that? Sony doesn't have that, right? I mean, sure, you can do remote play and whatnot, but it's not the same thing as what Xbox is offering to you. Not using it as a knock against one or the other, but it's just like, it just shows you the perspective shift, right? There's just a different outlook on how they're handling business. And what was impressive to me, more so about Sarah Bond more than anything, is just seeing that those years of professionalism get put to work. The fact that she knows every spread of how the business works, that tells me, like, there's no stumbling, as her being on point. I don't care who was teaching her, like, the fact that I've taken psychology courses, bro. Like, I know what goes into it, and I know some things to look for when you're hearing people talk. Not everybody has the sauce to go out on a stage and just be fucking as natural as possible and to answer questions in such a way. It's not a minuscule way. You're getting into detail about how these things work on a what's the term for it? On a somebody's newer to it. Not noob, but on a
common level.
On a very common level, on a common level of understanding. That's crazy, because that's another talent too, explaining something to somebody that you may understand at a more technical level, but dumbing it down to make it understood by anybody, which I think if you didn't understand, if anybody out there didn't understand, for those who are paying attention to it, that's kind of crazy to think about also.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, we gotta hit the big bombshell that started off the entire trial with opening statements from both sides, and we got to talk about good old Jim Ryan. And we got to talk about this man, Steele. This man has been out here telling everybody that PlayStation could not survive without Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
That it was so vital to their business model that without it, it would cost them games. It would cost them, they couldn't put as much money into their first party titles without it. He brought out the whole list, Steele, of all the ways that if Xbox were to ever make Call of Duty exclusive, that PlayStation would shrivel up and die. Steele is basically what he said out there to the regulatory bodies, that it would make it impossible for them to compete. That was the whole basis, Steele, of him turning down the deals that Microsoft offered him for Call of Duty, whether it was a 3-year deal or a 5-year deal, which one it was up front, and then a 10-year deal later. That was the whole basis for this deal. And then opening statements of this trial, Microsoft, of course, was granted access to internal emails over at Sony. Remember when that was a big deal, Steele? And they were granted those by the FTC judge as part of the process to get ready for this. And sure enough, the Microsoft attorney, what is her name? It's Beth Wilkinson. She drops an absolute bomb out the gate. She pulls out an email from Jim Ryan to former CEO Chris Deering of Sony Computer SCE, Sony Computer Entertainment. Pulls out this email that happened right prior to them closing the deal with Bungie, right? And he had wrote in this email, quote, and this is about the ABK deal. "It is not an exclusivity play at all," said Jim Ryan. Mm-hmm. "They are thinking bigger than that, and they have the cash to make moves like this." Man, Steele, this sounds like he was listening to our podcast. Yes. Ryan wasn't concerned about Call of Duty exclusivity because he had spoken to Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, Xbox chief Phil Spencer, and even had reassurances from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. So he had talked to all these people when this deal went through. These people contacted Jim Ryan and said, "Look, man, I know this looks like a big power play move, but listen, we're not pulling Call of Duty from you, right? We're not taking away from PlayStation. It's important to Call of Duty. It's part of what makes it money. We're not pulling it." And Jim was convinced. He said so himself in this email. He goes on to say, quote, "We have some good stuff cooking," said Ryan, referring to Bungie, because again, this was right before they were going to announce Bungie. "We have some good stuff cooking," said Ryan, referring to Bungie. Quote, "I'm not complacent, and I'd rather this hadn't happened, but we'll be okay. We'll be more than okay." Still. So Jim Ryan internally is saying everything that we've talked about on a billion shows, and other shows have been talking about as well. When we first heard Jim was talking to all these regulatory bodies, trying to snitch on all of this, trying to claim that they were going to kill off PlayStation if this went through. But we all along said that was just a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Jim's doing his job, trying to act like a victim here, trying to make PlayStation look ultra weak.
Mm-hmm.
But internally, we'll be more than okay. Steel, come on, man. How many more times is Jim going to be caught in this nonsense before people realize this dude is doing the CEO speak through and through? We believe in generations. Listen, this has got to be, again, out the gate, opening statement, Steel, coming with this after, again, the FTC is still holding on to as one of their arguments that this would hurt Sony, that Activision is so important to the industry, and specifically Sony PlayStation as a brand. They are still holding on to that this will have detrimental effects to the console business, even though the CMA dropped it, even though the EU dropped it, even though all these 30 plus countries have already approved it, most of them without any concessions whatsoever, because they all looked at the numbers and saw the same thing we did and know that PlayStation is going to be just fine, even if Xbox were to foreclose on that Call of Duty. But FTC is still running with it. That's why it was vital that this was brought up. Steel, what do you think about Jim Ryan admitting behind the scenes that everything's going to be fine, Steel? We're PlayStation. We're good, man. Don't worry. We got things cooking.
Again, I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, well, you might as well just throw the whole entire deal. I mean, this whole entire situation out of the window. But that's not what's going to happen. So that's really weird to me. Again, this has definitely been the case the entire time, and I don't. Sony wasn't worried at all. Again, this breeds competition, and Sony, the only thing Sony can really do, Sony has never been the one to sit here, and that's the only thing that's weird about this whole thing, is that Sony has played this situation a bit differently. Because typically Sony isn't the one to come out there and cry wolf, right? Except this time they were willing to, and maybe that's just how Jim Ryan handles things, right? Again, you should. I mean, Nick's brought up some good points. I mean, some art of war type strategies, right? To sure. Paint yourself.
I said I didn't blame Jim the whole time. We both did, right,
yeah.
Steel? We both said we didn't blame Jim.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing his job,
and 100% he should. I mean, I saw people also saying that, oh well, you think Jim Ryan should be fired after everything that's happened with PlayStation and how they've looked, and the easy answer is no. Same reason why nobody's going to fire fucking Phil either. Like, Jim Ryan is making PlayStation more money than they've ever seen. Dude's not going nowhere. Just because he could tell you one thing and then does another, that's on you guys to believe that or not. And for them to show you whether you should continue to have faith in them, right? That's as far as that goes. The wild thing for me is that these court proceedings are going to go off the premise of the original argument, and you have the person who brought up that argument completely nullify it. So what happens now? Nothing. They're going to continue to treat it as if that was the point from the beginning, which is, I don't know what else needs to say collusion to you guys, or say that fucking our government is fucking fucked up, or this government system overall is just fucked up. It's just, how does one of your main proponents for your argument back down from their argument, but you still withhold that argument? That just doesn't work in any other form factor of any court, but it does in this because it's gaming. I don't get that. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Again, had to do what it had to do.
And not only did he admit that PlayStation would be okay, Steel, but he admits that he believes Xbox, that this isn't an exclusivity play, that it's bigger than that. Right?
You understand the business.
Yeah, he understands the industry. Even though he was out here trying to say something different, internally he knows that this is how the game is played. And he honestly looked at it after talking to all the major players. He believed them.
Yeah.
That they weren't going to pull Call of Duty, right? That this was not about that. This was Xbox. And what did he even say? He said they've got the ability to go make moves like this. Yeah. Something we've said here plenty of times. If Sony had the ability to go make the moves, they would go
Xbox
do the same damn thing.
Xbox wouldn't be.
Right. That's true.
If PlayStation had Microsoft
they
money,
would have foreclosed. Yeah.
Xbox wouldn't be in existence right now.
Right.
There'd have been no way. If what's already what we found out is truly the reality, With that type of money, yeah, there would have been no competitor other than Nintendo. And even I think Nintendo would be struggling right now because they wouldn't have shut down the PSP. They actually would have probably have iterated on it and said that, oh, Nintendo thinks they can do this, but we could put our games on a similar device and still we can do the same thing. And probably would have been successful with that type of money. That's just and if like people, and I see people try to downplay, oh, you don't know what Sony would do. Okay, so we're going to completely remove the fact that you don't look at tendencies from anybody, whether it's in your personal life or even in business, which they do look at in business, and not take into consideration how Sony has played the game, especially if you're supposed to be somebody who is if this is your hobby, if this is something that you care about, if you like the industry, you like these conversations, I would imagine that you should do a little bit of research, or that you've done a little bit of research to understand that, guys, this is the game that they've been playing. And if they would have had that capital, the game there would have been no, oh, we're going to go create Game Pass. Nah, PlayStation would have nipped that in the butt also. Just a fact. And again, nothing wrong with that, but it's business.
Yep.
But yeah,
it is business.
Overall,
yeah,
definitely was interesting. What else? What else you got to add on to that?
Buddy, no, I don't have anything else to add on the Jim's email. Again, it's just the common sense that comes into play. Again, people always try to say that you don't know these companies, you don't work for them, you shouldn't care about it, but you have no idea what's going on. Again, common sense. Basic knowledge of anything, you can have a really well-formed opinion. And it's just funny as hell that, like, we've been saying this, it's like the get-go when Jim was starting to fly around. Like, Jim doesn't believe this shit. Sure, it's going to hurt them, but it's not going to kill off PlayStation. And the fact that he admitted that in the email and the way that he said it, it was just like, yeah, no big deal. And again, it's probably the reason why he didn't even bother to show up to this thing, because he knew that email was out there. He knew that him showing up there was pointless because, for all intents and purposes, the FTC has no case. So he didn't even bother to show up out here. If he honestly believed the bullshit he was telling the regulatory bodies back in the day, he would have showed up here and still be fighting and scratching and hollering. But he knew that wasn't the case. So why embarrass yourself, right? He did it behind closed doors through a tape video, question and answer session. Like, it's crazy to me that people still believe Jim and any CEO. I mean, again, this even goes for Phil sometimes. Phil knows how to CEO speak. He does. He's done it plenty of times. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a part of his position, right? As a part of a $1 billion trillion company, that's what you have to do, because stockholders are on the line. The value of the company is on the line when you speak every time. So again, it just didn't shock me, but I thought it was hilarious that Jim was just like, yeah, nah, we'll be more than okay. Don't worry. We got things cooking. Loved it. Let's move into day 2 here still. Let's talk about Phil yesterday. Phil had a long time up on the stand. And in fact, I'll start with how it ended, because the FTC, my God, they tried to get Phil, and Phil was just Phil. He was just relaxed, taking his time in his answers. Like, there was no urgency whatsoever. They did dig in a little bit. I was listening on and off yesterday at work a little bit to the stream. They dig into him a little bit regarding his conversations and his meetings about making games exclusive. And they were going back to the ZeniMax deal time and time again. And they did dig into him a little bit because, he was up on the stand saying, I don't remember those specific conversations. And then they had, previous testimony from him prior to the trial, answering differently at certain points. So they were digging in on him a little bit, but he remained calm and just said, at one point, I think he said, I was probably in a different headspace at that time when I answered that question, wasn't trying to lie or mislead anybody when I said that. But this is what I can tell you now. And so he was just really cool about it. Right. But how it kind of ended with Phil was interesting because, well, let's start here. before the lunch break yesterday, they were getting into him about Call of Duty. And he said, I will not, Call of Duty will remain on PlayStation. I can say that. Call of Duty will remain on PlayStation now and in the future. And the judge, right before the lunch break, actually said, okay. And she stepped in and she said, Mr. Spencer, you're on the witness stand. You're under oath. You understand this? And Phil said, yes. And she goes, can you tell me right now under oath that Call of Duty will remain on the PlayStation? And he answered, yes, it will remain on the PlayStation 5. Future iterations of Call of Duty will be on the PlayStation 5. And he said that under oath, which was a big moment because that basically, again, shuts down the FTC's argument here. And then they came back and the FTC brought up the fact that he said PlayStation 5. They said, well, what about future PlayStations? And Phil once again reiterated, and future iterations of PlayStation, Call of Duty will be on those as well. So that was a big moment. Later on, towards the end of Phil's being on the stand, they tried to get him to do this with Diablo. So now they're just going down the list, right? And so they tried to get him to do this with Diablo. And the judge stepped in and said, we don't need that. Just move on. So then the FTC went on, questioned him something else, then came back to Call of Duty. Again, this is how unbelievably unprepared the FTC was. They were all over the place. There was no conciseness to any of their lines of questioning, Steele. It was literally like flipping through pages. Oh, let me randomly pick out one of these. Okay, let me ask you this question, Phil. It was like crazy how they were doing this. They came back to Call of Duty. And we're like trying to negotiate a deal for PlayStation yet again while Phil was on the stand. They asked Phil to commit to putting Call of Duty on PlayStation Cloud services and PlayStation Plus. And the judge finally had enough and said, that's it. It's done. Witness is done. Please call your next witness. Like that, she ended it. She ended it right there, Steele. Like that was how Phil's day ended. Was with her going, yeah, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this, FTC. This is how bad the FTC looked yesterday. That's why it's crazy, as you brought up, Steele, that there's people out here claiming that the FTC crushed yesterday or the day before against Microsoft's attorneys. Like they are so far out of tune or just completely ignorant. Again, being the circus dishonest. That they are. Dishonest, correct. It's crazy. So that's how his day ended. But let's get into some of this with Phil here. He admitted that he lost, the console wars were lost. He did say the console wars are a social construct, which was kind of funny. Yeah, it was kind of funny. Jeff Grubb said he was going to make t-shirts with this on there.
Yeah, you should. Because, I mean, it is.
Yes, it was.
It's literally, I mean, that's quite literally, that's what all that shit is.
Right.
The team that you root for, it's all social construction.
Exactly. And they were digging in, FTC was digging into exclusivity big time with Phil on this stuff. And so they were going through different games and having him answer for each and every game, especially when it came to the Bethesda games. And they asked him specifically about Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop. And they were trying to say now Sony had exclusivity for those. And Phil, interestingly enough, said, I wouldn't call it I don't want to use exclusivity. I want to say they paid for those games to skip Xbox. And I had a little question in my head whether or not there was some language in those contracts that were a little bit different than exclusivity contracts. Do you think there's anything there, Steve, or do you think that was more of a wordplay by Phil, some coaching from the Microsoft lawyers for the judge, indicating exclusivity doesn't, when you say exclusive, right, it doesn't automatically identify that actually the games were skipping somebody else's system, right? When we're talking about video games. Whereas Phil wanted to really hone in on, oh no, they paid for that to skip Xbox completely. That's what they were paying for.
I think he meant exactly what he said, because I think that's exactly what PlayStation was doing. I mean, I don't think there's any short-sightedness in that. Again, if they wouldn't have bought ZeniMax, that's exactly what would have happened. That game wouldn't have came to Xbox. Both of those. I don't think Deathloop or Ghostwire Tokyo would have came to Xbox. Period. I think that
it would have been another Final Fantasy VII situation remake.
I think that's how invested as Sony. I think that was the point. Again, Deathloop had magnificent scores for a game that people typically said they didn't like. The game was ahead of like over a 90 meta at one point, right? I don't think it's that anymore, but it was like game of the year edition and all this other great stuff. And then Ghostwire Tokyo was more so looked over. But yeah, if they wouldn't have bought ZeniMax, bro, there's no way they would have got those games. Right. There's like absolutely no way. If they were about to lock off Starfield,
yeah,
the only one that would have slipped through the cracks was Redfall.
Correct.
Only one, I think.
Correct. Yeah. And that leads to another point too here, Steele, and we kind of mentioned it earlier, but Phil on the stand mentioned that they bought ZeniMax because he heard that Starfield was also being bought up by Sony as an exclusive.
Yeah.
And that when he got wind of that, they made the decision to move and acquire ZeniMax because they could not lose more content to Sony. Yeah. And that was like a key point he kept pushing forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would have been an extremely missed point. That would have been a failure on him as the now head of Xbox. I mean, 1,000%, especially with the type of money. Again, that was one of their higher spent investments that they made at that time. And then to turn around and now spend the additional 70 billion, it's like, obviously they had some form of an issue. And I take it again, you have to take them for their words. And I will continue to reiterate it. If you have not watched Xbox On, go please watch it. It literally gives you a predefined outlook on how things are for Xbox and Microsoft and how separate things have been, how they haven't been in tandem with each other, how you can literally believe why the turn for Xbox wasn't until 2017. Like, sure, the Xbox 360 generation was successful, but that was only because of Peter Moore and his competitive spirit.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him, there could have literally been nobody else in that position who would have made that work.
Right.
Literally. The Xbox, the documentary tells me that. Literally nobody. I couldn't think of a single dude who probably could have been in that position. The person before him wouldn't have been able to make that work, and the person after him definitely wouldn't have been able to make that work because he wanted to go TV.
Right.
Early. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like you have your once in a lifetime opportunities that bring themselves up, and them saying, look, we can't let Sony keep doing this to us. Again, that only happened after having this conversation, Phil having that conversation with Satya to let them know if whatever has transpired between Phil and Satya didn't happen or didn't work, they wouldn't have spent the money that they spent on ZeniMax. There's no way.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Because that wasn't in there for, if you would have, before Game Pass, before Phil, if you would have told me that, Xbox might at some point acquire ZeniMax, I mean, they were already working together in many ways. But if you would have told me before that would have happened, I was like, there's no way. Xbox wouldn't even consider that because they haven't spent that type of money.
Right.
On this, at least. Right.
Correct.
But now, obviously, it's different.
Absolutely. And during the exchange about exclusivity too, this is the one I brought up last night on Ultimate, and it's absolutely ridiculous to me. Again, highlighting how inept these FTC attorneys are at their job. Again, I'm not even speaking directly about the game industry. We already knew these regulatory bodies, the government agencies, had no idea what happens in this industry, right? We knew that going in. Like, this was going to be a thing. But this is the FTC they handle businesses, industries, mergers and acquisitions. This is what they're set up to do, to regulate all industries and business. The fact what I'm about to say actually happened on the stand, and Phil had to explain basic business, economics 101 to an FTC attorney blows my mind still. Like, this absolutely boggles me. So during the exchange about the exclusives and whatever else, and Phil got done explaining how again, Sony does things behind the scenes to make it very difficult for Xbox. They're very aggressive in their deal making, and that Xbox, once again, does not have the power to necessarily cut those deals in the same manner, or it costs them more to do what Sony does for exclusivity, right? The FTC attorney goes, now you have $70 billion upfront payment that you're making for Activision, right? And Phil, inside he was like, did you just seriously make this statement or question? Now you have a $70 billion upfront payment that you're making for Activision, right? Phil comes back and goes, no, when you acquire something, it's not a payment. It's like when you buy a house, you're buying an asset that has value. So it's really a transfer of cash into an asset called Activision that you believe retains the value that you acquired. So to try and characterize the $70 billion as somehow spent is incorrect. Financially, it's really moving $70 billion in cash into an asset, which is a game publisher that to us is actually worth more than $70 billion. Right. No, it's actually worth more than $70 billion. So it's not spent. The fact that he had to explain this basic concept, Steele, that no, we're not just paying for something. We're actually buying and acquiring an asset that is going to continue to make money for us and continue to produce for us and has much greater value to us as a publisher. The FTC attorney seemed to not get this, Steele. Like, how could this be? Like, what?
I mean, if you're not familiar with business, I get you wouldn't understand taking a loss so that you can taking a loss on an investment because you believe in the future of your investment.
Right. And then it's not just simply like buying exclusivity. It's a little bit different when you go acquire a publisher. Like, those two things are apples and oranges, bro.
You got to cut deals for exclusivity. I own this. This is mine.
How do you not understand this as an FTC attorney? Like, this to me was a big moment too, because people were like, what? Are you kidding me right now?
He smoked Microsoft with that question, though.
Oh yeah, he smoked him. He smoked him, absolutely.
Bill was clueless. He didn't know what to say.
Right. He had no idea. They tried to corner him and ask him if he would ever degrade a game on a competing platform. They went after him for that, and he was like, no, that's not what I would do. I would not do that. Like, they tried again, this goes through all of them. They asked him, they tried to corner him on Minecraft, of all things, Steele, because they said, well, and this again leads to the ignorance of the industry from these FTC attorneys, which you think they would have done some research after reading millions of pieces of paper from both of these companies, after knowing that this is the biggest case that they've really brought forward, trying to shut down big tech. You'd think that they would do a little investigation. But anyways, they try to catch him on Minecraft and say, but you guys don't have a PlayStation 5 version of Minecraft, do you?
That sounds
right. And Phil goes, that's because they didn't supply us a PlayStation 5 dev kit. They refused to supply us a PlayStation 5 dev kit. So during the production of Minecraft, we didn't have the ability to make a PlayStation 5 version. So they have the PlayStation 4 version still, which runs on PlayStation 5. The FTC attorney could not understand how a PlayStation 4 game was playing on a PlayStation 5. They had no concept of that, Steele. That actually worked. And he kept trying to go back to it, and Phil just kept saying, no, they refused to supply us PlayStation 5 dev kit, so we could not do it. So, yes, currently speaking, the PlayStation 4 version is what PlayStation 5 players are playing. Still...
It's the weirdest shit. It's just the weirdest shit in the world. Like, again, I mean, to be completely clueless about something, it also shows you where gaming is at still currently. But again, it's hard to have an expectation of what people should know or should realize, but it's also something else in that same conversation where you're handling this case so we don't do research on cases. You don't choose to be in, like, I understand life gets crazy and busy, but like when this is your career, like we're not getting caught up with how things work, or maybe you are so disconnected, and because this is your job, you're just kind of going through the motion and you've never experienced. Again, there are people who have never experienced gaming like that, don't know what that is or what.
Right.
Cool.
Absolutely.
I get you.
Yep.
But if you're handling a gaming case and are asking questions based off of that, and are possibly trying to block somebody from spending $70 billion on an acquisition on American soil, when does this start sounding weird?
Correct.
I don't know.
Correct.
Like, it's just, again, another piece that just doesn't add up or quite make sense to me.
Correct. It's really goofy how they've gone about this. Like, it doesn't. Again, this is the ineptitude. This just shows where this is, and this is a government body spending taxpayer dollars on this ridiculousness. Like, it makes zero sense whatsoever. They took a break
them to show me what I don't know.
Right. Correct.
Because I'm confused.
And they say what they're giving us here is only a small tip of what they've actually got, Steel, on this, and why this would be bad. Like, why would you not be bringing out all the big guns? Like, this is the preliminary injunction. This stops the deal. If you get this preliminary injunction, this could potentially kill the entire deal. Microsoft has said as much. Why would you not be bringing out all the big guns? But as far as what you've shown me so far, you guys got nothing. You guys
Literally
have
zero.
nothing, and you know you have nothing. Right.
Literally.
Right. They took a break for lunch. They came back. They did the Jim Ryan thing behind closed doors. We have no idea what Jim Ryan said, which sucks.
Smoked.
He got smoked, I'm sure, but I want
Nah, Jim Ryan smoked Microsoft.
And they came back to Phil afterwards, and he had some small things in there too. This is when Zynga came up again, Steel, and they were trying to purchase Zynga before Take-Two to get into the mobile space.
Which is definitely interesting.
It's very interesting, and then they moved on.
That's
obviously, to Activision Blizzard is pretty crazy.
I mean, Activision Blizzard is definitely the better play to make in that scenario, but it's crazy to think they could have got Zynga though.
Yep.
Really crazy.
He went back into this being a mobile play more than anything else because Apple and Google have a duopoly. He re-stressed that yet again. The judge asked Phil specifically about Apple and Google not allowing their cloud streaming or apps on their stores, and Phil said no. And she seemed kind of taken aback by that a little bit, and she's like, "Well, why?" And Phil's like, "Because that's how they could. They don't allow other apps on there.
They don't play it.
Right, exactly. So once again, bringing home the idea that this is really what this is about. Their next big battle is in mobile.
Yeah.
And they're prepping for that.
I mean,
right? And
the same way that Apple is trying to put shit on your head and put shit on your face so that you can see it there. Microsoft wants to get more intrinsic with this, which they are behind in a lot of ways on, right? Yep. But if you're able to break into this market through gaming, you may be able to skip a shitload of shortcuts that you would have not had before, because they tried it with Windows Phone previously, and obviously people don't want that shit on their phone. Like, I heard there were decent phones, right? But outside of that, it didn't have that ecosystem that people were looking for. Right. But with the hardware changes within the last 15 years, I'm pretty sure that Microsoft now could release. I mean, they got the Surfaces now. If they're really able to get into it and say, hey, another point they make it more so like ROG and other people have done. Hey, this is the Xbox gaming phone. And it not only works well as a gaming device. Again, you're already spending top of the line dollars for your phones anyway. They could get away with that on that asset, because if a phone is already $1,000, $1,500, and you're going to put that on your bill, how easy would it be for Microsoft to develop a product that could not only be a great gaming device, but also just a great overall phone that carries over, and then also carry over not only your Windows 11 experience, because that's something else that they've been working towards also, where they're making everything kind of intrinsically attached to each other. Xbox, you can experience Xbox on PC now. What if you are able to take your Xbox and PC to your phone? On my Samsung, I can use Dex, which essentially turns my entire phone into a computer. Not many people are aware of that concept that you're able to do that. This is the type of technology that we have on our phones now. What else can be done if the cloud services are able to use in a different manner, or if Microsoft is able to, kind of turn the industry towards that mobile market, to where, again, like, I know a lot of people try to downplay the mobile market. We're getting some pretty unique looking games and some pretty well developed games on mobile. This isn't Farming Simulator back in the day. It's not a Facebook game or a website that you used to go to. No, this isn't that. I'm not talking about Temple Run anymore. I'm talking about full blown games that are on mobile. What happens if we get even more development turned out? How many more jobs could we create? How many more developers could end up being created because of these things? Because of the additional access points that you give people. Because of that vision, I don't see, like, again, I don't see how they continue to like to try to dance around it. You know what I mean?
Correct. Absolutely. 100% agreed, sir. Let's end it here, Steele, because we've talked plenty. There's so many little bits and pieces we could get into. There was even more funny stuff in there as well. But let's as final witness of the day, the FTC called up Google.
This was supposed to be their, like, their hole in one, right?
Yes, for the cloud stuff, right? Of course, Stadia failed because Xbox and their cloud services, right? This is what the FTC thought was going to happen. They get the Google witness up there. I forget the gentleman's name. They get him up there. They kind of lead him in that direction. And then, of course, Microsoft attorneys, and I think it was Beth Wilkerson again, got to cross-examine him. And she sets him up. She leads him down the primrose path, as they say, Steele. She sets him up perfectly. And I'm going to end it this way because this is the biggest part of it. She finally gets around. She's got him set up, and she just slams dunks him. She asks him, who were Stadia's main competitors? Now remember, the FTC's argument and why they brought Google here is because they wanted Google to say that it was xCloud, that the cloud gaming market is separate. This is something else that the experts can't believe that the CMA and others and the FTC are trying to do, because for most people, the cloud market is not a separate market when it comes to gaming. It's a nascent market. It hasn't established itself. It's more of a delivery method, as Sarah Bond described, than it is an actual market for buying and playing games. So they thought they had a slam dunk here, that this guy was going to say Stadia was killed off by xCloud, that they couldn't compete. She asked him, who was Stadia competing against? And he goes, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It's over. It's over from the judge's standpoint. I know she heard it. I know she understands what that means, that he didn't mention xCloud, that there was no mention of Nvidia GeoForce Now, no mention of Boosteroid, no mention of all these other cloud companies that we've heard, thanks to the CMA and others and the FTC bringing this cloud narrative and argument up. Nope. Stadia's main competitors were Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. What do you think, Steele? Pretty big nail in the coffin, would you say, sir?
I mean, again, are we going to continue to dance around this entire proceeding, or are we going to actually come up with a decision? How many people need to snitch on themselves and tell you that this is a huge waste of time before we just be like, all right, yeah, maybe this is a waste of time. Let this shit go through and business as usual. Like, I don't know what else needs to happen. The only excuse that they gave for blocking the deal is cloud. You have your main proponent to fight, and he gets knocked out. So then what? Oh, we need to continue to talk about this next week. So what's going to happen next week? Do people seriously want to go back to their own shows, go back to their own communities, and have conversations with people and still try to convince themselves that this is for the betterment of the people?
Yep.
that everything that has happened up to this point has just been for the betterment of you as the consumer.
Yep.
That's what you're honestly going to. I've seen people do this, right? Saw some people who had shows this week that went back, oh, well, you don't understand, or you can't just let big tech run over and do whatever they want to do. And what? Yeah, of course, that's not what we want. But we're talking about video games. Again, I will bring up the point, why are you a governing body who blatantly states that we look at deals for what they are today? Because we can always go back and look at a deal later if we find an issue. And you're literally doing all of the future tense, predetermined thought process and bringing it to the forefront right now for markets that are unestablished, have removed companies that are part of gaming that have been monopolizing parts of this industry for years. And still somehow we are asking ourselves, why is Xbox making this deal? Oh, they're trying to monopolize the industry. And they've cut more since this deal has happened. They don't even have it under their belt yet, but they're so confident in it. They've cut deals with multiple cloud providers, are willing to cut a deal with Nintendo to bring Xbox games to their platform, are willing to cut a deal with PlayStation also to bring games to their platform, although PlayStation has already said they're not interested in that. Because again, if you're not willing to give me your hardware specs to make sure that I can have Minecraft run as best as it can for your console, what makes you think that you're going to do the same thing for Call of Duty?
Yep.
Because you don't want me to know what you're planning. Because at the end of the day, that is one of the back-ended things that people have not brought up this entire conversation, or the entire year and a half that we've been talking about the FTC and all that. Why is the problem that Jim Ryan or any other person of importance brought up, well, hey, this is going to give Microsoft direct access to their competitors' hardware? Maybe that's an issue for competition.
Right.
Maybe they both know what they're working on anyway, in some semblance. Which there's been plenty of rumor and conversation to be had that you can also do research to find out that is what they do. They know what type of hardware both companies are using. Now, they don't know maybe some of the back-end systems,
specifics,
some of the technologies that they've put in place.
They have a good general idea.
But they for sure got a good general idea.
Correct.
What this deal would do would give Xbox specifics. Because I have to have specifics. You can't give me a roundabout way for how your console works if you want the most optimized Call of Duty on your platform. What you laughing at, Paul?
OCD. He goes, I root for the underdog, so yay, go FTC. Just kidding.
It's just, again, like when you talk about this from that ECP level, educated consumer perspective, it's just the conversation starts becoming weirder and weirder as you think about it, right? And again, I'm not in these seats. I don't know what goes into them, but if you just look at it from a common sense perspective, it's just like, I feel like we end up talking in circles sometimes because I can't make sense of why this is an issue outside of the money spent. And it's funny. It's agenda. It's funny.
It's agenda. It's an, Lena Khan is an ideologue. So this is an ideology thing. This is not based on facts still. Right. And that's why, again, as we said many times, though, that's why it needed to get to the federal courts. That's why Microsoft, again, other countries have different ways, as we've seen. Other countries are allowed to say, well, we feel like this is going to be bad. They don't have to use the facts. We saw the CMA. We read our crystal ball and we really see a horrible future if this deal goes through. Like, bro, like you're basing decisions on what companies can do with their money off of feelings? No, facts. The facts are, and you can agree or disagree. You can like the rules or you can disagree with the rules and laws in place in America.
Pong,
But the federal courts do this, right? This is what their job is.
But some of that can't apparently matter if for somehow they're still going to lose. If they still lose this deal, then none of that matters, which means what? Like, what can we say at that point? That that nothing matters? That
like, the ideal, really facts don't matter a lot these days. Facts don't matter a lot these days, still. We've seen this throughout in other areas too. Facts don't matter anymore. But here,
$70 billion and facts don't matter?
Yeah, facts don't matter, right? But here it will. This is why the FTC will lose.
I really hope so.
The FTC is going to lose. Judge Corley gets it. Again, she knows. She's got a baseline knowledge after going through the gamers lawsuit. So she's got a baseline knowledge. She knows what the FTC is doing here, and she understands how weak the case is. That's why she shut down the FTC yesterday when Phil was on the stand, right? And she gets this fact. So again, unless the FTC has some silver bullet, some miracle that they pull out of their asses next week, and somehow get Satya to admit that he wants to kill PlayStation and make Microsoft the sole and Nintendo and make Microsoft the sole owner of the entire video game industry. This deal, she's not gonna stop this from going through. The preliminary injunction, she will not grant the preliminary injunction again. That doesn't stop the FTC from still going through their process. That doesn't mean the deal is guaranteed. Again, my feeling is that if the preliminary injunction is not granted, that they will close over the top of the FTC. But that doesn't mean the FTC's case necessarily stops there. Now, how bad they are performing could mean that the legislative process could kick in and Lena could be back before Congress again asking questions why we're wasting taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
And there could be pressure applied to her to end this nonsense. And she could eventually give way, right? And she could say, fine, I give up. And then we still got the CMA stuff, but that's a whole different battle. But again, Judge Corley, I really believe has been paying attention to all this. I think that she has a real good grasp of what this means. And of course, her as a judge, she will be reading the laws as they are written, the guidelines as they are written, and she will go by the facts. And the facts are there is nothing here for the FTC to latch onto. There's no reason to stop this deal. End of story. Yeah, exactly. That her exact quote yesterday, TSWS Gaming, thank you. I don't need that. I'm going to cut off your questioning. Exactly. She understands. So this has been an exercise in futility by the FTC to even get this far. Maybe the entire time, maybe they believe that they could get Microsoft to drop the deal if enough other countries actually sided with them. But since the fact are they only got the CMA and everybody else, for the most part, there's a couple lingering ones out there, but they're just waiting for this to play out. They don't have the backing. And again, Lena, being the ideologue that she is, decided, nope, I'm going to be stubborn. I'm still going to push forward because, as the Joker said, it's not about the money, right? It's not about the money. It's about making a statement, right? So I think that's where we're at now. But I think at the end of the day, next week is going to be the final death blow here to the FTC case. And I think that we are coming close to the end. But man, what an interesting week. Lots of things. Like I said, there's so many other things we could have gotten into, so many other crazy things that we could have gotten into that were brought up by the FTC. But I think we gave you a good overview of what happened over the past couple days. So yeah, it was fun. Still, this was a fun time today. We had a really good show, man. I think
we had a pretty great show, and I think that definitely leaves us enough time to get into our This Is Day in Gaming segment. Always love doing that because gaming is art and should be treated as such. But yeah, man, I mean, just to tie everything up with the FTC and Xbox and the whole look, guys. Again, I understand if people don't like talking about it. I understand if you don't want to hear about it. For you guys, I mean, we got 50 plus people still in chat. We've been sitting over 60 strong pretty much the entire time. for you guys to still be here and enjoy our angle of the conversation, Pong's over here flashing Starfield.
Splendiferous asked if I opened the Starfield.
Oh yeah, of course he did. Of course he did.
Yeah, I did a video.
He's been debating on using it.
Yeah, I've been debating on using it.
He's been debating it. But for you guys still being here rocking and rolling and listening to us chop up about, what's going on within this industry, I think is a unique thing within itself. That means people do care. There is a perspective to be had. And again, as long as you all are taking that ECP, again, educated consumer perspective, you don't have to be in those positions to know exactly or to form an opinion or any of that good stuff. And it's
a good opinion. Needs to be a good opinion. You can form a good opinion. You may not have all the facts, and there certainly could be things that we don't know that change the entire, my entire opinion, right? There certainly could be that, but you could still from the outside have a pretty clear view through the glass of what's going on, at least on a base level, right? And again, we've proven that through our conversations here, Steele. Lots of times we've been wrong. Lots of times, sure. But we've also been right lots of times where people were telling us we were flat out wrong. So, it goes both ways, but that's all we try to do here. It's discussion, it's opinion, it's editorialized. We're just having a good time talking about the industry that we love. If we're speaking facts, we'll tell you that we know this for sure. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it is just us having discussion and kind of speculating on what's going on in this industry a lot of times. That's what's fun about it, man. We enjoy it.
Well, 1,000%. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment so we can get our afternoons knocked out and get into some heavy Diablo. With that being said, let's get to it. All right, This Day in Gaming. Woo! Look at that screen. All right.
Yeah, if the FTC can get paid as much as they get paid to not know anything about the industry, I can certainly come on a podcast for free and talk about how I want to talk about opinion-based kind of stuff.
That's exactly. 1,000%. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is This Day in Gaming, where we go 30 years in the past. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. Because gaming is art should be treated as such. To look back on our history, to see where we've come from, to where we are today is always a beautiful thing. And the other thing that's also great about this is because the years aren't the same, the days don't always fall on the same, numbers don't always fall on the same days or whatever. It's always going to be different on a year-to-year basis. And shout out to GameFAQs for just doing this in the first place. And then shout out to us at Live Splitscreen for even highlighting it, because literally nobody else does this. And I should go back to clipping it up. Anyway, let's get to it. So we're starting in 1994 with the Super Nintendo releasing a game called Slayers. Not familiar with that title, but hey. Ham Solo says, I got to go to Best Buy to pick mine up. Tim, how did you buy yours? They're talking about the Constellation Edition controllers. Shout out to you guys getting wonderful setups.
That's right. Wait, Ham asked, how did I get mine?
No, he was just saying he got to go to Best Buy.
Oh, he's going. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Get it while it's going. Again, it is limited. They're making a lot of them, obviously, because it's selling like crazy. Crazy. But it will be eventually going away, I'm sure. So they did say it was a limited edition one. So get it while it's hot.
All right, but 94, we had Slayers. Shout out to Slayers.
Yep, shout out to Slayers.
1999 on PlayStation, we had Persona 2 Innocent Sin.
Shout out to Persona. Rocking and rolling. Never thought it would ever see the day where that franchise is as big as it is now, but man, here we are.
True.
Amazing.
Then another one for Pong. 2003, the Game Boy Advance released Advance Wars 2 Black Hole Rising.
Fantastic tactics game. Shout out to Grub, another one of his favorites. Advance Wars is a great game. They just did the remaster version for Switch. So nice. Advance Wars is great. Yes.
Then in 2003, the Game Boy Advance released Mega Man Battle Network.
Shout out to Mega Man.
Then in 2004, PC released The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky.
Shout out to that.
Then in 2008, Macintosh PC, PS2, PS3, PSP, the Wii, and the Xbox 360. You had Disney, Pixar, Wall-E.
I've still got my PSP version sitting over somewhere over there.
Not the Wally.
I got the Wally.
But a great IP.
Wally.
Wally. Great movie. Then in 2008, the DS released Final Fantasy Tactics A2, Grimoire of the Rift.
Shout out to Final Fantasy Tactics. The original is still a GOAT. 1000%.
Facts. All right. Then in 2008, you had the DS released Mega Man Star Force 2. No? Okay. Got to Mega Man.
No.
Then,
Mega Man, no.
then in 2008 on the PSP, you had Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 2, The Phantom Fortress. Shout out to Naruto.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2010, you had on PlayStation 3, Altair Totori, The Adventure of Ireland.
Shout out to Altair.
Then in 2000,
Atelier. Yeah, whatever. Yes, go ahead.
Altair or Altair or how do you want to say it?
Atelier.
Atelier?
Something.
Atelier,
Atelier, maybe something like that. Yeah, it is.
However, Altair, Atelier, whichever one. Then in 2010 on PC, you had Sniper, Ghost Warrior.
Good games. I gotta say the new ones are really good. Sniper Ghost Warrior. Which was the latest? Was it 5 or 4? Can't ever remember. Which one do I have? Sniper Ghost. Oh, Contracts 2. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2. If you're in Sniper Contracts 2, it's really good. If you are into slower, really stealth sniper, and you can turn up the realism on it. You can make it very sim-like, where you have to really worry about the wind and distance and drop on the bullet. So they are actually really good. But Sniper Contracts 2 is a very good game. Actually, I enjoyed my time I spent in it.
Then in 2010 on the DS, you had Tokimeki Memorial Girls Side Third Story.
Girls Side Third Story.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yep.
Then in 2011, you had Kerbal Space Program released on PC.
Funny game, tough game, rocket building,
Yeah.
basically. Interesting game. You can make some crazy things in that game. So
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Then in 2013, PC released Deadpool.
There we go.
Then in 2014, PC, PS3, PS4, Wii U, Xbox 360, and the Xbox One released Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark.
Yep, never played that one.
Didn't play that one. The other ones didn't play that one.
Yep.
Then in 2014, PlayStation 3 and PS4 released Valiant Hearts: The Great War.
Amazing game. Very emotional game.
Okay.
It's a very cool game. Valiant Hearts is a very cool game for sure. Small indie game.
Wally is 20 years old?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that Wally's 20 years old.
Yes, sir. Welcome to old age, my friend.
Watched that when I was 11?
Yeah, watch. Yes,
There's no way.
Sir, it gets worse.
I felt like I was much older than that.
Sir, it gets worse. So get used to that fact. You will start doing that more and more. You got to be kidding me right now, right?
That's wild. Anyway, wow. God damn. It's a good looking movie for that.
Some of them feel like yesterday, don't they? Because again, I watched a lot of those movies with my kiddo, right?
Yeah.
So, and now I think back and I'm like, yeah, well, he's 20 years old, right? So
that's
my
fucking
kiddo,
crazy, bro.
Yeah, so my kiddo is going to be 23 this year. So yeah, we watched Wally when he was right around 3 years
That's
old.
wild. Yeah. That's wild. Anyway,
yeah.
I'm about to be 31 this year, guys. Look, birthday's in July, end of July. Like, man, it's interesting. Anyway, 2016, you had Wii U release Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Okay.
Shout out to Tokyo
Mirage. Yep.
A Boogie says it's 15 years old.
Is it?
Either way, it's almost 20 years old. If it's 20 or almost, it's a lot. That's a minute ago. Then in 2020, you had Android.
Yes, he's right. 2008.
2008?
Yeah.
Hey, it's all good. It is what it is. OCD said, just be thankful your memory works. Hey, look, I mean, I can be kind of questionable sometimes. I won't lie. But yeah, no, it's just crazy. It's wild.
Yep.
Anyway, 2020 Android and iOS released Romancing Saga Re-Universe.
Romancing Saga. Good little RPGs. They are good.
Then in 2020, you had Nintendo Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One release Samurai Showdown.
Freaking amazing. Love Samurai Showdown.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Xbox One released Samurai Warriors 5.
Mushu fans out there, yes, sir. So good.
That is true, Decado. I'm so a little wet behind you. Right, you're right. I get that saying. Then in 2021, PlayStation 4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X released Scarlet Nexus.
A game Phil and I both enjoyed.
I will always support that. What a fucking great game. Yeah. Again, I wish there was a little bit more of the animated side to it, where the story was more told through like an anime. I know they did actually have an anime itself too. Yep. I never caught up with that.
Neither did I.
I don't think it stayed very long, unfortunately. But Scarlet Nexus had some great gameplay, and I did overall enjoy the story.
Great, fantastic gameplay. The mechanics in it were a beautiful game too.
Yeah,
the hand drawn look to it was absolutely stunning. The city and that kind of stuff was great. Tim the Sorcerer says, so it's official. You're just going to have to change it to dying split screen now.
Oh God, no. Boogie says you got to be 25 to rent a car in my area and still even do that. Oh God, here we go.
Yes, Steel is officially old. He's at the 3-0. So yes, he is.
I could do that. I could do that. That's funny. Then in 2021, you had Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released the Caligula Effect 2.
The Caligula
Effect. Excuse me. The Caligula Effect.
There you go.
Interesting.
Caligula.
Caligula.
Not quite. Right. It's not as good as Hors d'Oeuvres, but
no, it's not as good as Hors d'Oeuvres, but Caligula. Caligula. Still sounds good. I like it. 2022, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released AI, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative.
Very good if you want to play a heavy narrative-driven game with some simple battles to it, but you like to investigate things, but you really are into a story. AI. I haven't played the second one yet, but I did dabble in the first one when it came to Game Pass. It's very good. I think the first one may still be on Game Pass, in fact. Very cool anime style narrative driven game. Really, really cool, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Capcom Fighting Collection. Y'all are messed up in chat.
Yeah,
Aging split screen.
Yeah. Guys, keep going, gentlemen. Keep going.
Then in 2022,
geriatric.
Oh my God!
It just gets listen, you all just admitted that most of you in chat are 40 plus, just like me, right? So call yourself out here, all right? We're not changing our name.
No, it's going to be living split screen. We're already kind of dating ourselves with split screen, which I 100% support because that's what I grew up in. I love it. Y'all are funny. Y'all stupid. Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch released Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes.
Awesome. Love Fire Emblem. Wish I had them. Again, it's one Nintendo franchise I wish I could play. I love Fire Emblem.
Got the Fire Emblem for sure.
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. It's always great to see the kind of history that we went back through and where we are today with a lot of our games. Crazy to think about. But again, gaming is art. And again, I also wanted to be treated as such. Not everybody does. Why, the conversation of creative vision gets very shady in some moments because, it's definitely an interesting topic these days with people having so many ways of accessibility and how that's going to be kind of tailored moving forward. But I have faith and I believe in this industry. So there is that. That is episode 108 of Living Split Screen, ladies and gentlemen. I want to greatly thank you guys for coming out. And next, we're not going to start a spin-off podcast called Hand Cramps. We're not going to do that.
Retirement split screen.
Oh god.
AARP split screen. Yes, yes, you guys. Yes.
Y'all are stupid. But with that being said, look, guys, we are a non-console centric platform. Anybody that's tuning in who's newer to what we do here, or even if you've been with us for a bit, please, it helps with the algorithms and whatnot. Hit that like button on your way out. Also, after the show, if you can leave us a review, leave us a comment, let us know how you're feeling. It just helps out. Lets people know that you're engaging, especially on the audio side of things on Spotify. Give us a rating on Apple. Give us a rating, 5-star if possible. If not, at least let us know that we're butt cheeks and we need to be doing better. Again, and I also know on the audio side of things, because we do have a longer show, that the audio side of things, the quality does suffer a bit, right? So what you get here live is probably going to be a better version sonically than what you may get through Spotify or anywhere else, because I do have to kind of degrade it a bit to get the files to fit on those platforms. I support the time that we get to spend here. Again, me and Paul don't get to chop it up really throughout the week, and being able to chop it up about the industry in totality. Again, this is something that I've always wanted to be able to do for a long time. And being able to do it as in-depth as we do, and also it not being staged, us not really kind of streamlining topics. There was some lulls this episode, so I'll work on that. But nonetheless, I do think it came off really, really amazingly. I had a fantastic time. We are the energy boost to get your Saturday started, so hopefully we're able to do that for a lot of you. And whenever you're listening to this, please, and enjoy yourself. Let us know how we can improve. And you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. The easiest place to find all that information is Google. I frequent the streets of Twitter, the Xbox ecosystem, just because it goes in tandem with with PC and whatnot. It's just so easily. My phone is connected, all that great stuff. Love it. But Pong, lead the beautiful people to victory. Let them know what you got going on. And again, I appreciate you for being here, buddy.
Absolutely, brother. And you know how much I appreciate you and everything we got going on. And man, we've been talking a lot because of Diablo 4. That's for damn sure.
No, that's a fact.
It's going to be crazy. It has been crazy. So, no, this was a fantastic Saturday chat. Again, absolutely amazing. All the regular faces, newer faces, everybody that's lurking, everybody that's listening to this in the future. Love, respect to each and every single one of you. Again, you guys make these shows happen, because without you, it's just 2 dudes or 3 dudes or 7 dudes or girls and everybody talking, gaming with no audience, right? So that's what it comes down to. Love having you here. Love the interactions. Appreciate every single one of you. Make my day, along with my brother from another steel, getting up on Saturday morning and knowing I get to do this with all of you. There's no better feeling than that. So thank you again. Otherwise, tonight, it's going to be the Shop Podcast. And you're going to get a double dose of...
Ooh,
man,
yes,
you're going to get it, man. It's going to be crazy tonight. So, Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, Blam, Fuzzy, myself. But we also have 2 guests tonight. This gentleman right here with me is going to be there. Steel is going to be there. And our other brother from another, Mav, Fun Speculation, is also going to be joining us. So we're going to have a big Fun Speculation Diablo reunion tonight over on the Shop Podcast. It's going to be absolutely incredible. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, where we're going to talk a lot of talk again. Usually PTK is pretty good. We keep it 2 hours, maybe 2.5 if we've got good conversations going on. But join us. His show has been growing exponentially over there as far as live audiences go, which is great to see, because Blam's been doing it, man, over 6 years now. It's crazy. So join us there tonight. And then tomorrow, you get an extra little bit of me, as well as I'm going to be on with Web Dave and Retchery over on the Gamers Console. And that's going to happen tomorrow, Sunday, 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And not only am I going to be there as a guest, but the one, the only 108 Dragons, Lemon, is going to be in the house as well. So, yeah, things are going to get spicy over there, I'm sure. We're going to have a good time tomorrow over there on the Gamers Console. So join me there. Next week starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boonswick. I give him free advertising here, even though I'm not on panel. I'm still technically a part of the crew over there. So guess what? 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, Xbox Factor Podcast All Good Things Green every Tuesday. Be there. And then, of course, Thursday, it is PM in the PM Pong and Mav in the PM Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Next week could be another big week of ABK talk. Buckle up. Satya on the stand. The Snake Bobby Kotick, everybody's most hated man on the stand. It's going to be juicy, I'm sure. So join us there on Thursday night. And then Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate, where we go every which way. We laugh, we have a good time, but we still talk a lot of gaming. Back on Fun Speculation channel for Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time every Friday. Listen, folks, it's a golden age of gaming. It is. It really, really is. There's so much to play right now. It's crazy. Get out there. Play what you love. Love what you play. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I'm going to talk to y'all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, thank you for being here. We will see you next week on episode 109 of Living Split Screen. Season 3 is, it's full force, baby. But nonetheless, we'll catch you next time on maybe some Diablo or something, or next stream. But other than that, y'all stay safe, and we'll see you later. Much love. Peace.
Bye.